To order. And would the clerk please conduct the roll call?
Yes, good morning. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty.
Lindsay.
Member Shepard?
Here.
Member Seltzer?
Here.
And Chair Kramer?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And clerk, to you, wish you to establish proper notice.
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And then we want to confirm agenda, any amendments to the agenda, and that could come from board members as well, I guess, suggested amendment.
That would come from the clerk, and there have been no amendments to the agenda.
Okay. It appears, and I've got two different agendas, but it appears like we're splitting in item 5. The appellants are the same, 5A through 5C and 5E through 5A or 5E, I guess.
It's 5A through 5C, and 5E through 5G is all Safeway and Vaughn's Company. 5D is another applicant. So you can vote to hear all of those together.
Is there any reason to not move 5D to the first position and let him get out of here?
I think that would be fine. That's at your discretion.
Yeah. Does that work for you, Mary Ellen, as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good. That was the one I was most concerned about, having to go through the evidence twice. Okay, let's see. So we've confirmed the agenda then. Are we approving the agenda otherwise?
Yes.
Aye.
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 And Mary Ellen seconded. I know I heard her say that.
Oh, I second the motion.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. So agenda item number 2, excuse me. Approval of withdrawal application. Would the clerk read into the record requested withdrawal, please?
Yes, this is protest application 19001. This is Paul Palestrini, APN number 144-070-1900.
Is there any discussion from the board members? Invite a motion to accept the withdrawal then.
I'll make a motion to accept the withdrawal.
And I second it.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
We,
Aye.
in this circumstance, Chair Kramer, we actually do need to do a roll call vote for the record.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, clerk.
Okay. Member Seltzer?
Aye.
Member Shepard?
Aye.
And Chair Kramer?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
And then we can get through agenda item number 3 rather quickly, since there is nothing under it. And likewise, agenda item number 4. So we don't have to have a roll call vote on either of those, right?
Correct.
Correct. Now we move to agenda item number 5, conducting the assessment appeal protest hearings and presentation of evidence. Before we swear in the parties, County Council, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
I have a note here to determine who presents their case first in these appeals. My memory says that the appellant goes first, but I don't know if that's true.
So it's actually going to depend on the basis of the appeal. So as we go through them, we can sort of pause on each one. If you give me just a moment, I can pull up the documents, and I think we're starting with 5D. So if you give me a moment, I can be ready to answer that on that one.
Sure, and we can maybe swear the appellants in the meantime. Well, all parties, excuse me. That doable?
The clerk is just reaching for the oath right now.
Okay.
Yes, that is doable. Will all parties and witnesses who are here to testify, we're going to go ahead and bring, Mr. Fennell into the room.
Or just this one, all of us.
And you're
Well,
muted, Mr. Fennell.
We are also bringing Mr. Buskirk into the room. We're going to swear in all parties at the same time.
Sure.
Will all parties and witnesses who are here to testify please come forward and raise your right hand?
Oh, that's right.
Do you solemnly
awake.
swear? Are we ready?
I don't see Mr. Buskirk on the screen yet.
He's in the room.
Oh, he's in the room. Okay.
I mean, he's in the room. He doesn't have his screen on.
Okay.
Yeah. So, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here, I'll let you sit here since you're going to be presenting. If you want to bring your chair.
County Council, we are now, I think, to the question of who's going to present their case first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, looking at this one, it appears to me from the documents that it should be the appellant presenting first.
Marijuana. No. I'm just looking for the a little more than a little bit of D. Here we go. Yeah. All right. To be able to keep up. Okay. So, Mr. Fennell, am I saying that? Is it Fennell or?
Fennell.
Fennell, Mr. Fennell, would you please proceed then with your case?
Yes, thank you for being recognized. And yes, I agree that confirmation from County Council that Prop 8 cases, the appellant goes first. Base value, year items, the assessor goes first because they're the ones that's changed the original value, if you will. So with that being said, I'm not sure how the process works these days, whether I should go into my rebuttal, my offered time for rebuttal, or I just need to look at my data and, just testify to that. because I can leave with rebuttal to try to save time.
So you had a change in value other than as a result of sale?
No, that goes back to 2011. That went up to the appellate court. If you want that quick story, bought the property in June 2010. Purchase price paid was $441,000. County council at the time and the assessor agreed it was an open market transaction. Challenged it to the Assessment Appeals Board, which didn't exist at the time. The Board of Supervisors ruled against us. Took it to the Superior Court. Lost on summary judgment. Appealed to the California First District Court, San Francisco, and the opinion, which is public record, was in favor of the county, taking the value from 441 up to 510. That's sort of the problem where we find ourselves today in a way, because, you know, while the court ruled that the assessor was within their rights to do that, you read the opinion if you have a chance and you're interested, because I can't understand the opinion, but we lost 3-0, and the California DCA, First District DCA, said unpublished opinion too. So it's not, no one can cite it as law. So to change have some clarity on process, but didn't happen. So we find ourselves here today on Prop 8, the 2019-2020 year. And again, I'll let my data stand for itself. I don't think I need to go through that. You guys have everything. I had a little bit of a scurry moment last week when prior documents provided to the AAB clerk didn't find their way into the file. You have all those today. You may have a chance to look at those if you haven't already. I would say that the market data supports that, a reduction in the assessed value of 591, which it is today. So let me just, if I could, then go quickly to sort of a rebuttal, if you will, to the county's position. I'm not very happy with the county taking the position and publishing, public documents, if you will, through a vacation rental website, and not having the same happen for their particular comparables. It seems unnecessary to show the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the kitchen, I mean, items that have nothing to do with property value. I mean, if I had a antique cabinet in there, would that be something that would go to value? Of course not. I think that's sort of inherently unfair. No reason to do that. Second comment, sort of in rebuttal or in fairness of my appeal here, is that what I think we're coming down to more than anything else is sort of the value of Ocean View. And I think that even though a number of the properties that I've put forth in support of my application, or my appeal rather, show that there's definitely a downward trend sort of in the value of properties for this 2019-2020 year. My property seems to be singled out because it's on public land too, with an unobstructed view. But with that public land comes a lot of public and a lot of noise, and there's weddings, there's festivals. It's not private like people would think it would be. Right up against my back fence, 15 feet from my house. That's a negative. I don't know if the county takes that into consideration. Another negative is we're right on Highway 1. Right on Highway 1. All the lumber trucks that come through, all the noise, the other properties don't have that. That's a negative. I don't think the county's taking that into consideration. That highway, it's unsafe for small children. It's unsafe for dogs and cats and pets. It's another negative. The county's report has the wrong address for our property. It's not 38,920. So hopefully we've got that narrowed down to the right property. If you have the APN is correct, but the address is wrong. And additionally, the assessor's view on their first two favored comps, the property size is much larger. I think that has been noted in their notes than our property. And again, I would go back to the privacy issues and the not being at a, a super highway, so to speak. Beyond that, there's a reference, there's not much market data for these types of properties like our property on the Westport Headlands, which is true. And my view is just that, we don't have to find a perfect property that's going to actually be next door to mine for a comparable assessment or comparable valuation exercise. That could be argumentative, I guess, but that's just my view. And then if you take the averages of all 5 properties purported by the assessor and you average them down, you come up to $387 square foot. And if you took our property and just use that equation, you would come out to an assessed value of $532, which, I'm not advocating that that's what the price should be, but if you did, that's what it would be. I want to point that out. And then the last, I didn't want to take a lot of time, but I think I hit my major points. I would just say again, what's the value of an ocean view? Well, depends on where you live and what kind of view you have. I know back in the Bay Area, the general rule is that a view is worth $100,000. I mean, that's just generally how a lot of properties are valued, particularly in San Francisco. And I appreciate, by the way, move me to the head of the queue here. But I do plan to stay for public comment. So that's a couple hours away, I know. Unless you want to make an exception, give my public comment now. It's up to you. But with that, I reserve any balance of time that I have and defer to the assessor.
Does the panel have any questions of the appellant? Yes, Mary Ellen.
I didn't have a question at this time. I was going to hear the assessor's opinion, and then we'll have time for questions, right?
Yeah. Could I ask
now?
I'd like to ask the square footage of your property. I couldn't find it in here. It might be in here somewhere, but I couldn't.
No, it is. It's listed at 1372.
1370.
That's the building. The plot of land is 0.16. It's a micro postage stamp type property. 0.16. 0.15. I'm sorry.
Are you currently renting it, or is it owner occupied?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Are you renting it, or is it owner occupied?
It's owner occupied part of the time, and it's rented part of the time. So, for example, I'm going to be in Westport tomorrow for 2 nights with my daughter and her friend. So I'd say, to answer your question honestly and fairly, probably every 2 weeks we're up for a couple of days. And I've been leasing it out now for approximately 5 years now. And again, part of that motivation was losing the case at the appellate court to pay the bills, pay the property tax.
So have you been leasing it to an agency to rent, or?
No, that is correct. It's listed on a website, a number of websites, but it's called Contemplation Haven, and it's on Vacasa.com is the property manager there in Fort Bragg.
Okay.
And what does it rent for?
It varies. So they have this supposed analytical tool that based on the time of the day, the time of the week, how many days before it lapses, they adjust the price. So I would say, to answer your question, member Seltzer, I would say it's approximately $200 a night.
And how many nights is it rented?
There's a minimum of 3 nights required.
But over a 1 year period, what do you think your occupancy is?
If you can give me your statement as to relevancy, I could probably answer that. How is that relevant for the value of the property?
Well, a rental property can be valued based on its income. If it's generating income, you can convert that income stream into an estimate of market value. That's a common method in valuation.
Is that the method that the assessor uses when valuing properties, though?
We haven't heard from the assessor, so I'm not sure what method.
But I mean, generally, just in generally.
I don't know the assessor's method specifically, but I do know valuation methods, and that is a standard method, particularly in a property that is rented.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so that was the reason I was asking that question. Do you have an estimate as to occupancy?
I do. It's probably between 80 and 100 nights a year.
Okay.
And of course, we've been upside down because of COVID, as you would expect. The block.
In pre-COVID, what would you say is your typical?
Same thing.
Okay.
Same number.
All right.
And that's with you occupying it every 2 weeks for 3 days. That is not counted in.
That is correct. Those are the bookings that result in net income.
Okay.
And again, if you want more detail about the cost of the project, last year was a loss. Okay. Water and sewer in Westport is $320 a month. So it's close to $4,000. Property tax obviously is higher than I would expect or want. And there are a lot of other costs, the propane and all that. So last year was a loss. I'm disclosing my tax information to you now, which I don't think is relevant to assessment of this property for my Prop 8 application, but I'm happy to do that in the interest of transparency.
What is the rental rate that you charge?
As I said earlier, Vacasa sets the rates. I don't set the rates. They have an analytical tool that they use as a competitive advantage. I'm not involved day to day in setting the rate. They have complete discretion to do that. So at one point, it was down to $140 a night. They were running it for during the week. And so my net, I paid them 35%. So I was receiving less than $90 a night before all my expenses. Now that's been adjusted up a little bit because the market's changed. So now I'm netting approximately $134 a night after paying them their 35% commission. And this is all before the energy expenses, all the expenses. And that's why last year was a loss. Which it wasn't.
Go ahead. The ocean view. So do you see blue and white water?
Oh, yes. No question about that. I mean, it is a great property. And again, if you want to go back in history, when we bought it, it was listed originally at $499. This is 2010. The market adjusted, or there were no bites. It was owned by a bank, and it was listed then down to $475. And then we made an offer on the property, $450. The bank didn't take it. They wanted the right to what's called in London gazump. That until it closed, they could withdraw the offer that we had made. And then we made an offer for $441, and we're lucky enough to secure it. Okay. And then the county under Assessor Ranishek came in 9 months later and said, and even the assessor that I spoke to, Dirk, I think it was his name, Dirk Larson, on the phone, he said, well, you should just be happy you got a good price. We think it's worth a lot more, even though it's an open market transaction. I have the appellate arguments, you can read them. And then, it's a long story, but it was quite an aggressive move, quite frankly, arguing over $900 a year, just to sort of, because I didn't live there full time. That's basically my view. Was not leased until 2016. So 6 years, nothing.
You provided comparable data. Did any of the comparable data that you provided also include ocean views?
For mine, I think there's one or two. Yeah. I think for 2020, 2021, there are a few more, but we're focusing on 2019, 2020. There are, yes. And I think that those should be looked at as well.
And when it was assessed after your purchase, what was it assessed at?
510. Purchase price paid was $441, open market transaction. Everyone agreed with that. It's on the record. County council agreed with it. All the board of supervisors agreed with it. And then at that time, under prior administration, the county decided, well, it just seemed like too good to be true. So we're going to raise the price, the valuation on it. So that ended up in appellate court, as they said, unfortunately. Would have loved to have settled that case. There was no accommodation there.
And I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. What was your opinion, as of your appeal date? What is your opinion of market value?
On my documents, it states it at, coincidentally, $441,103. And I provided justification for that. So I use what I would typically do is use a,
Data from Westport itself.
I'm sorry, say that again. Sorry to interrupt.
I've in a quick review of the documents you submitted, it appeared that most of your comparables were from Fort Bragg.
That is correct. There were no sales in the 2019-2020 period, but there are one on July 2nd that crossed over to the new reporting period. And there are two, I think, for that process, which, again, I'm trying to stay focused on 2019-2020, but we've got a major problem with the process that happened with respect to the following year, 2020-21. I submitted my documents and was told by the AAB clerk that I had till March 31 to file my formal appeal. And I've got two voicemails, one voicemail and two emails saying, you don't have to worry about filing by December 1st. And so since then, I received correspondence saying, you're too late. And those include the two Westport properties.
Okay.
You can look at those too if you wanted, but I don't think you're allowed to go within that, outside that period.
Okay.
Any other questions? I assume then we would hear from the assessor.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, County Clerk Recorder, and with me is Jeanette Kropman, our senior real property appraiser. A couple things that I would like to point out before Jeanette goes through all the comps that she's brought up with is Mr. Fennell bought this through a foreclosure. So the price was quite a bit lower than what we found was market value. And on the website today, we've checked different websites or the website throughout the period. And each time that we've checked it, the minimum is $215 a night, up to $424, but today it's up to $331. So I'm sure it ranges depending on what time of the year and what time of the week and stuff like that. We think that this is a beautiful house. We agree with Mr. Fennell. It's a craftsman custom home that overlooks the ocean. It's beautiful. We couldn't find any exact comps to match that. I do want to point out that one of his comps is a little bit beyond the 90-day period, and that's number 70, number 7, I'm sorry, which is 179 Hawker Lane. We also, and none of them have as close of an ocean view that Mr. Fennell's beautiful property does have. We have been through an appeal for each year with Mr. Fennell, and hopefully, this, he can appeal whenever he wants to, but hopefully this will be, a good appeal to set here. And we did make a typo on the address. We do agree that it's 38970 North Highway 1 in Westport. We found that typo Friday afternoon when we were all reviewing. We tried to have a little rehearsal and we all review the appeal. So we apologize for that. But everything else is right there and within the spreadsheet that Jeanette made up, so it would be easy to look at. So I'd like to turn it over to Jeanette, and she will do the appeal, and then we'll both be available for any questions. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeanette Kropman. I'm the chief appraiser, and I worked up the analysis for the market data on this property. This is BOE 19-010, parcel number 013-300-60-05. During the appeal review process, the assessor's office compiled market data to determine a fair market value for the subject property located at 38970 Highway 1, Westport, California. The subject property is a good quality craftsman style custom home in good condition. It sits on the ocean's edge bordering Westport headlands with spectacular unobstructed ocean views. There is little market data for these types of properties. There are only 2 comparable sales that are within the appropriate time frame for the January 1, 2019 lien date. The first comparable sale is located at 19,400 Harbor Avenue. You should have comparable sales number 1 attachment. It was sold on June 6, 2018 for $625,000. There was an adjustment made for a substantially larger garage for a deduction of $25,000, making the market adjustment $600,000. That was divided by the square footage of the residence of 1,143 square feet, making it a market cost square foot of $524.93. There was a 5% added adjustment for a quality class, making a market cost of $552.27 times the square footage cost of the square footage of the residence of 1,143 square feet, made a total adjusted market value of $631,250. The second comparable sale is located at 3721 Albion Little River Road, Albion, California. You can see attachment comparable sale number 2. It is inferior in quality and location. It is near the ocean, has some ocean views through trees and shrubs, and is within walking distance of the ocean. Comparable sale number 2 was sold on August 8th of 2018 for $615,000. There is an adjustment made for a substantially larger garage for a deduction of $20,000. Divided by the square footage of the residence of 1,515 square feet, the market square foot cost of $392.73. A 10% adjustment was added for a quality class adjustment, making the market square foot cost of $433,033 times the square footage of the residence of 1,515 square feet equals a total adjusted market value of $656,500. If we were to use the average cost between these two comparable sales, the average market square foot cost would be $495.30. The subject property is 1,372 square feet times $495.30 would make a market value of $679,551. The Proposition 13 trended roll value on the subject property is $590,122. Therefore, it is the opinion of the assessor there is no justification for evaluation adjustment at this time.
What did you have as the square footage of Mr. Fennell's property?
Mr. Fennell's property is 1,372 square feet.
Oh, okay. Okay. I misheard you then. Questions from the panel?
The current assessed value is 592. Is that what you said?
590. Let me look at it. 590,122.
122. Okay.
Let me clarify something because I sort of heard it differently from the two of you. Was the purchase made at a foreclosure sale or was it a purchase from the bank directly? Yes, Mr. Fennell.
It was purchased directly from the bank. It was not a foreclosure sale. It was owned by the bank.
Okay, REO then.
It was published in the MLS for well over 90 days on the internet. This is 2010, so people were just getting used to the internet in some ways. The record shows an agreement that it was an open market transaction. There was nothing funny about the transaction. And during this time, it was my opinion that, prices could vary within a month or two. Just again, keep in mind, this is 2 years after the financial crisis, right?
So I would just like to add, so during that time frame, we saw a lot of bank foreclosures where the bank would foreclose on the property and then list it on the open market, undercutting the market to make it sell quickly. And that was what was evident in this case.
And that then becomes the market, correct?
No, it does not become the market. Just because it's listed on the open market, if it's not listed at a market price and it's undercutting the market to sell it quickly due to the duress in the sale and the bank trying to sell the property quickly, it does not establish an arm's length market transaction.
There was no evidence provided by the assessor at that time. We're arguing history here, but there was no evidence provided by the assessor at the time that that was the case. They didn't even talk to the bank. They could have.
I'm only stating to the facts of how we look at those types of properties. I can't speak for how it was handled at that time.
Right. Okay.
And we
How many-
don't talk to them.
Is it my understanding, though, that this appeal is on the current 2019, 2020 value? And
Yes, that is
we're
correct.
not going back to 2010?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And that is correct. I thought I heard, maybe I heard it wrong. This is the first time I filed a Prop 8. Okay. This I haven't filed every year. Just want to make that real clear.
You should.
That's 9 years after we purchased the property.
Mary Ellen, Dick, any questions?
Nope. Oh, one brief one. Either of the comps that the assessor used, were they rentals or vacation rentals or owner occupied 100%?
To my knowledge, they are owner occupied. I have no listings or any data to show that either of them were listed or marketed as a vacation rental.
There are a lot of unreported vacation rentals. Hard to tell.
If the
Yes.
data's not there,
Right.
though, you can't find it.
No,
So.
I know.
Yeah. And
Hey,
obviously,
could be.
as you know, probably $2,000 to $3,000 a year goes to the Mendocino County for the hotel tax, if you will. It's all paid honestly and upfront.
Okay, good. So
No other questions?
I don't have any other questions.
Any rebuttal, Mr. Fennell?
I'd go back to just the point I made earlier, if I could, without being super redundant here, which is it is on a highway. There's not a lot of privacy. Might have a nice view, sure. But it's, you got to take that into account. I mean, and then the last thing I'd like to just ask or get a sense on, should I wait for public comment then a couple hours from now, or do you want me to try to just give like one view that I have that would be considered public comment? Do you want me to?
I think we probably need to wait and.
Okay.
Sorry. Is the property located close to the store in Westport?
It's cater corner to it, correct.
Kitty corner?
Yep.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, if there's no further questions, assessor, any more? No, okay. Then we should retire and consider the appeal. How do we do that, clerk of the board? And we need the county council connected in. Do you have a way to do that?
I think county council's there. I don't know where clerk, there we go.
Mr. Chair, we can. I can call the members individually from the line in the conference room, and I can allow the members to deliberate privately that way, and then come back into the meeting when the deliberation is finished.
Everyone, that sound okay? Let's.
Yep.
You have all our phone numbers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Very good. Well, let's do that then. I'll put myself on mute. Members should put themselves on mute. So we
Right
don't-
now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, everyone mute, please.
okay, I'm muted. Can you hear me? I'm muted.
Back to order. I don't know I guess we were in hold. The board has unanimously upheld the assessor's valuation for 2019-2020.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And with that, we will want to move on to the next appeal, which is 5A through 5C and 5E through 5G.
Thanks, Jeanette. You're welcome. Thanks, everybody.
And I believe we have all parties present and ready to go.
Okay. Again, do we have a video or a visual for Mr. Busker? He is on mute.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, good.
So is the visual necessary?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity if that's what you wanted.
Actually, I'm going to be sharing my screen with you guys. So having the video, I'm not sure if it's going to serve much of a purpose.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask for clarification, it sounded like the chair was calling the various related appeals together. I just want to confirm if that is the case, and then if so, I would recommend giving the parties a chance to indicate if they have any objection to that process.
Okay. We heard item 5D first, so that if you prefer, we can hear the appeal on all 6 properties at the same time, which, as I looked at what we were given, it would appear appropriate. But it's your decision, Mr. Busker.
Right. So we'll just be presenting everything as one case, and then whatever the board decides, it would apply to all the appeals.
Okay. We are having the appellant go first. So the floor is yours, Mr. Busker.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll follow along with the exhibits that have been provided. What I got on the screen, this is just the PowerPoint. It summarizes each of the exhibits, kind of touches on the key points, and then the board can take the rest of the information presented back under submission when making its decision. So I'll go ahead and move on to the first slide. And it has references to the exhibit and the page number, so you can follow along. So we'll just go ahead and start on Exhibit 1, page 1, which is Property Tax Rule 321. This establishes the burden of proof. So it says, subject to exceptions set by law, it is presumed that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties. The effect of this presumption is to impose upon the applicant the burden of proving that the value on the assessment roll is not correct, or where applicable, the property in question has not been otherwise correctly assessed. The law requires that the applicant present independent evidence relevant to the full value of the property or other issue presented by the application. Then it says that the applicant has presented evidence and the assessor has also presented evidence. Then the board must weigh all of the evidence to determine whether it has been established by a preponderance of the evidence that the assessor's determination is incorrect. The presumption that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties is not evidence and shall not be considered by the board in its deliberation. So we agree with this. We believe that we do have the burden of proof, but when we make our way to the assessment appeals hearing, both sides still need to present independent evidence. And the presumption that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties is not evidence in itself. So moving along, we're still on page 1, property tax rule, the value concept. So in addition to the meaning ascribed to them in Revenue and Taxation Code, the words full value, full cash value, actual value, and fair market value mean the price at which a property, if exposed for sale in the open market with a reasonable time for the seller to find a purchaser, would transfer for cash or its equivalent under prevailing market conditions between parties who have knowledge of the uses to which a property may be put, both seeking to maximize their gains and neither being in a position to take advantage of the exigencies of the other. So basically, this comes from Code Section 110. We want to know how much the property would transfer for in terms of cash between a willing buyer and a willing seller. And that's the approach that we've relied on for our opinion of value. We looked at market comparables for similar property. Okay, so then that leads us into Property Tax Rule 4, which is the comparative sales approach to value. And it says, convert a non-cash sale price to its cash equivalent by estimating the value in cash of any tangible or intangible property other than cash, which the seller accepted in full or partial payment for the subject property, and adding it to the cash portion of the sale price, and by deducting from the nominal sale price any amount which the seller paid in lieu of interest to a lender who supplied the grantee with part or all of the purchase money. And, more on Rule 4, make such allowances as he deems appropriate for differences between a comparable property at the time of sale and the subject property on the valuation date in physical attributes of the property, location of the property, legally enforceable restrictions on the property's use, and the income and amenities which the properties are expected to produce. So we looked at similar property types being supermarket equipment. You know, these are Safeway stores. So we looked at comparable sales of things like refrigerators, check stands, shopping carts, and things like that. And we made adjustments for quality, age, condition, just like you would in a real estate appraisal. Okay, moving on to page 2. We have Property Tax Rule 6, which is the reproduction and replacement cost approaches to value. And this is the approach that the assessor relies on. This is done annually through the applicant submission of the business property statement. And Rule 6 says the reproduction or replacement cost approach to value is used in conjunction with other value approaches and is preferred when neither reliable sales data nor reliable income data are available, and when the income from the property is not so regulated as to make such costs irrelevant. So basically what we're doing is we're taking the acquisition costs for each item that's reported on the property statement. We apply a trend factor to it, and in theory, that's supposed to give us an estimate of fair market value. In some cases, we believe that it's pretty accurate, but there's other cases where it's not, and that's because of other circumstances, like different forms of obsolescence, and that's something that we see in supermarket equipment. Okay, more on Rule 6. Reproduction or replacement costs shall be reduced by the amount that such cost is estimated to exceed the current value of the reproducible property by reason of physical deterioration, misplacement, over or under improvement, and other forms of depreciation or obsolescence. The percentage that the remainder represents of the reproduction replacement cost is the property's percent good. So this is what I just summarized a minute ago. We have the acquisition costs, We have to make those costs current, and then we also depreciate them at the same time for such things like physical deterioration. But there's certain forms of obsolescence that are not captured in using these trend factors. Assessor's Handbook says that these trend factors do represent a normal level of obsolescence, but we believe that there's abnormal obsolescence for this type of property. Okay, so moving on down page 2, summarize the Board of Equalization and the CAA guidelines. So this is one of the main components of our case. So prior to 1996, the cost approach guidelines were provided by the State Board of Equalization. After 1996, the Board of Equalization guidelines were withdrawn and the California Assessors Association recommended its own guidelines. These guidelines are not based on lifing studies, but rather the knowledge and experience of those making the guidelines. The guidelines are meant to be a starting point in establishing fair market value, and industry-specific information should be used when it's available. So this is just a summary of all the exhibits that will be coming up during the presentation. So everything that you're seeing here, you will actually see the backup for the claims that we're making. So currently, as of today and as of both of the lien dates in question, the Board of Equalization has made no recommendation regarding the economic or average service life guidelines for supermarket equipment. The recommendation that's used by each of the assessors throughout the state, it comes from the CAA.
It comes from what?
The California Assessors Association, the CAA. Okay. So more on page 3, we have the assessor's cost approach. So evaluation under the cost approach is based on the taxpayer's annual business property statement, as I mentioned a moment ago. Trend factors are applied to acquisition costs to determine fair market value for the current lien date. The tables used for the assessor's cost approach are based on recommendations from the CAA. And the CAA recommends a 12-year life for supermarket equipment. There's several categories of equipment that are reported on the property statement for all the Safeway locations. The main one being supermarket equipment. It typically represents about 90 to 95% of the overall cost that's reported. They have other categories like shopping carts, POS systems. They may have some minor office equipment. Those are all valued using a different life than the supermarket equipment. But as of today, the CAA recommends a 12-year average service life. So trend factors account for normal levels of depreciation and obsolescence, but not for extraordinary external or functional obsolescence. Okay, so next we have external and functional obsolescence. And this is a big factor when we see the market value of supermarket equipment. So supermarket technology is advancing exponentially. And this is due to things like online shopping, no checkout stands, and some of the more modern stores. Real-time stock replenishment, again, in some of the more modern stores. Energy efficient equipment, which is becoming more and more efficient every year. And this is due to both competition between the manufacturers, but it's also due to government regulations. Average store size has been gradually shrinking. So companies are forced to either operate with dead space in a store or find a way to repurpose that space. So if you look at the Safeway stores from 10 or 20 years ago, even the Safeway stores today, their footprint is quite large compared to some more modern stores. Once you have the real estate there's not really much you can do about that extra space in subsequent years. So nowadays you have dead space in the store and have to try to find a way to repurpose it. Where the store is maybe 50,000, 60,000 square feet, a newer store like a Trader Joe's or Aldi, they're typically 20, 25,000, maybe 30,000 square feet. So smaller store sizes creates a surplus of equipment that's available for sale. And basic economics tells us that when you have a surplus, the value goes down. A little bit more on obsolescence. Increased availability of inexpensive new equipment from Asia. So this equipment is inferior in quality compared to used American-made equipment, but has become more attractive to companies looking to keep costs low. So this has forced prices of used American equipment downward. Upper tier companies like Vons or Safeway, companies like Whole Foods, Ralph's, Kroger, they've actually lost market share in recent years. Increased market share for lower tier companies has forced prices of used equipment downward. Okay, so sales information. Like I said just a moment ago, our opinion of value is based on sales of similar property. So when a Vons or Safeway store closes down, the equipment is then offered for sale to the public. This practice is also utilized by most, if not all, other companies in the industry. And the industry standard is to sell this equipment by auction. An entire store typically sells for a small fraction of the respective county's roll value. Equipment sales from both inside and outside of California have been considered to determine a reasonable estimate of fair market value. This approach is supported by the replacement cost that's recommended by Marshall & Swift. And we've also got some pages taken from the Marshall & Swift cost manual to show where our information comes from. Okay, on page 5, we have Rule 324, which refers to the board's decision. Acting upon proper evidence before it, the board shall determine the full value of the property, including land improvements and personal property that is the subject of the hearing. The determination of the full value shall be supported by a preponderance of the evidence presented during the hearing. The board shall consider evidence of value derived by the use of any of the valuation methods described in Regulation 3 of Subchapter 1 of this chapter. The board is not required to choose between the opinions of value promoted by the parties to the appeal, but shall make its own determination of value based upon the evidence properly admitted at the hearing. So the applicant we have our own opinion of value, and I believe that the assessor is advocating for the current roll value. But what Rule 324 tells us is that the board is not obligated to choose between either of those two values, but can make its own determination. It could be one of the two, it could be something in the middle. Okay, so now we have our opinion of value. So the 2018 roll value for all 3 locations is about $3.5 million. The applicant's opinion is about $1.5 million for a total requested reduction of just under $2 million.
Excuse me, can I stop you there for a moment?
Sure.
The roll value, $3.5 million for 3 stores, is that $3.5 million for all 3 combined, or is that?
Yes, sir, that's for all 3 combined.
Okay.
So then for 2019, the roll value for all 3 stores combined is about $3.2 million. And our value is the same for 2019. And for a total requested reduction of about $1.7 million.
Now this is for just 3 of the 6 stores, right?
It's 3 stores for 2 years, so it's a total of 6 appeals.
Yeah, but there's 3 other stores as well. Are you covering those as well?
As far as I know, they're the same stores.
Oh, excuse me. I take it all back. 18 and 19, there's 3 sets. Okay.
Right. So
I'm with you now.
Okay.
And that makes sense from what I read last night. Okay. I'm finally with you.
Okay. All right. So if there's no questions, I can go ahead and move on to Exhibit 2.
Sure.
Okay, so Exhibit 2, this is just a package of the references that we've relied on for our presentation. And the first 15 or 16 pages or so, we already went over it in the narrative that we just went over. So we can go ahead and start on page 17. On page 17, this is taken from Assessor's Handbook 501, which is basic appraisal. And this page talks about the comparative sales approach. So it says the comparative sales approach uses direct evidence of the market's opinion of value of a property. The value is estimated by comparing the subject property to similar properties that have recently sold. This approach is based on the principle of substitution. And now the definition of the principle of substitution, it says a prudent buyer will pay no more for a property than the cost to buy an equally desirable substitute, assuming no costly delay. So when we're looking at the roll value that's established by the assessor, the assumption is that that's how much a willing buyer would pay for that property. If the assessor has established a fair market value of $1 million, we would assume that if that property is offered for sale, it would sell for $1 million. But looking at the comparative sales, even making all the adjustments that go into property tax valuation, it's substantially lower than the roll value for both years that we're looking at today. There are times where the sales don't support a reduction in value, and in that case, we would withdraw the appeal. But I would say 80 to 90% of the time, the sales do tell us that an adjustment is necessary. Okay, moving on to page 22. This is taken from Assessor's Handbook 504, which is the assessment of personal property and fixtures. And here we have a little bit of information on the replacement cost approach. So the cost to replace an existing property with a property of equivalent utility as of a particular date. That's the definition of the replacement cost approach. This concept is the most meaningful as it pertains to the principle of substitution. Okay, moving on to page 23. We have functional obsolescence. And this is about the bottom half of the page. You can see it highlighted in the exhibit. Okay, so this is defined as the loss in value caused by the design of the property itself. So when the capacity of a property to perform the function for which it was intended declines, functional obsolescence is present. This can be caused by changes in the marketplace, design, materials, or technology. Even though the equipment may still be usable, it becomes obsolete due to these changes. Okay, moving on to page 24. This is from the same handbook. This is from 504. We have some information now on external obsolescence. So this is also known as economic obsolescence. It's a loss in value resulting from adverse factors external to the property. Examples include inflation, high interest rates, legislation, environment, demand, and competition. Okay, now on page 24, again, kind of towards the bottom, we have the market method of estimating depreciation. So this method relies on market data, making adjustments for relevant property characteristics. It estimates total depreciation without requiring engineering economics calculations. So what this method does is it takes into account physical obsolescence, and then also the two forms that we just summarized right now. You have economic and functional obsolescence. And when we use the market method, we see how much the market is willing to pay for this type of property, and it takes into account all forms of obsolescence without having to use any kind of complicated calculations. Because these buyers, they're fully aware of all the uses and limitations of the property. They know what it's worth. They know the remaining useful life of it, and they tell us how much they're willing to pay. So this says that the market method is the preferred method when reliable data are available because it captures all forms of depreciation, again, including functional and external obsolescence. So typically, if we're looking at, say, a manufacturing facility, let's just say they make plastic bottles, for example, we would look at how much it's rated to produce. Say it's able to produce 1 million bottles a year, but it's only producing half of that. Then we can quantify that by using different calculations to tell us how much obsolescence is present. But since a supermarket doesn't manufacture anything, we have to look at how much a willing buyer is going to pay for the property, and that'll capture all forms of obsolescence for us.
We lost your last comments.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
You started to, what?
Sorry, cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, it was cutting out. Had the words that you last used in my head, but now I've lost them. Sorry.
Well, maybe I'll come up with it later.
Sure.
Okay. So moving on to page 25 on the same exhibit, we have LTA number 2010/030. And this gives us the guidelines for substantiating additional obsolescence for personal property and fixtures. So quoting the LTA, it says, the tables are intended to promote uniformity of assessment for use in mass appraisal. However, appraisers should be cognizant of how to recognize and measure additional obsolescence in personal property and fixtures. So one of the big things that comes up when we do these hearings for Safeway is the idea of uniformity, that we have to use these 12-year tables for supermarket equipment for the sake of uniformity. But according to this LTA, uniformity is only necessary when we're talking about mass appraisal. And to us, that makes sense. The assessor has a pretty big job to do in terms of volume when we're talking about processing each of these property statements. So they need to have a uniform system for setting what the Board of Equalization calls the starting point in estimating fair market value. But when we have industry-specific information, uniformity becomes a little bit less relevant. We know what the market is willing to pay for this property. So we believe that information needs to be considered. So these guidelines that are outlined in this LTA, they have been approved by the Board of Equalization. Okay, moving on to page 29, it's from the same LTA. It says mass appraisal values a group of properties as of a specific date using a standard methodology for taxation purposes. Relevant data pertinent to the assessment of a specific property should always be reviewed and considered because the value determined by use of data contained in Assessor's Handbook 581 may need to be adjusted for actual market data. On page 30, if neither comparable sales nor reliable income data are available, the cost approach becomes more appropriate. So according to this LTA, the cost approach is actually last in line when we're talking about the different approaches to value. So the preferred approaches would be the comparable sales and the income approach. And then we have the cost approach. So each appraisal approach should be completed independently and ultimately reconciled. So it's okay to look at all three of these different value approaches, but in the end, they need to be reconciled to see where any of these approaches may fall short, where there's certain factors that may not have been considered, and we have to make adjustments to each of those approaches. So it says the reconciliation resolves the differences among multiple value indicators. And the appraiser should consider all factors influencing value that may or may not be reflected in the value indicators.
Lost you again.
I'll go back. I was just reading the last part of that slide.
Yeah.
Just that the appraiser should consider all factors influencing value that may or may not be reflected in the value indicators. Okay, so same exhibit, pages 32 to 33. The indexes and percent good factors from Assessor's Handbook 581 are intended for mass appraisal of equipment and fixtures for taxation purposes. The appraiser should be aware of the inherent limitations to this approach regarding a specific property because adjustments may be needed or an entirely different approach to value altogether. Okay, moving on to pages 35 to 36. So here, the LTA, it gives us a little bit of information on functional and external obsolescence, maybe a little redundant because we just went over that with the Assessor's Handbook 504. But the LTA says, changing technology leads to functional obsolescence in machinery and equipment. Even though older machines are still in use, they become obsolete by new technologies and the market value diminishes. So this part, this is kind of a key part to this LTA. It says continued operation or continued profitability does not necessarily indicate that obsolescence does not exist. So even though still in use, even though it's still making money for the taxpayer, that doesn't mean that obsolescence does not exist. Okay. Now pages 36 and 37 talks about the market method a little bit more. It says the market method of calculating value factors uses market data with adjustments made for relevant property characteristics. It estimates the property's total depreciation without using indirect engineering economics calculations. It is the preferred method when reliable data are available because it captures all forms of obsolescence. And using a variation of this methodology, an appraiser may gather market data for identical or similar property and compare the used price to the original new price. Okay, now moving on to the last page, page 55. And the highlighted section on this page, it goes over the limitations of the cost approach. And it says, an appraiser cannot assume that the cost approach or any valuation approach automatically provides the best indicator of value. All available information must be analyzed to determine the best indicator of value. When available or possible, it is best to compare the estimated value to actual market value of similar property to verify accuracy of results. So again, we have no problem with using the cost approach, which is what the assessor has done to establish the roll value. But we also have market indicators to tell us whether or not that value is accurate. And we believe that the roll value is inaccurate. And again, we believe that the sales information should be considered. Okay, so now we have Exhibit 3, where you can see where our opinion of value came from. And this is our opinion of value for 2018. We have a separate exhibit for 2019. It's formatted basically the same. It's just that the information in that exhibit, it pertains to the 2019 mean date. So first on page 1, you can see the screenshot on the PowerPoint presentation here. So this is a list of sales that we found from calendar year 2016. And then on the next page, we have sales from calendar year 2017. So we looked at each of these 2 years and we calculated a price per square foot for the equipment that was sold at each of these sales. So this is just a list of some of the equipment that was sold throughout the year. This is just from one source that we have. But you can see that there's other companies on here besides Safeways. We have Walmarts, and this isn't necessarily the traditional Walmart that you might think of, the big 100,000 square foot warehouse. These are the Walmart neighborhood markets, so it's an actual grocery store. But on the top of page 1 is the second highlighted item. You see it's a Vons, also same company as Safeway. We have some other stores like Fresh and Easy's. We have some Kroger's, Smart and Finals. So everybody does it. That's the standard for this industry is when a store closes or if they're trying to get rid of their equipment, they hold an auction. And for each of these sales, this is for the sale of the entire store. So that's why we were able to calculate a price per square foot. So you'll see a pretty wide range on these values. So the reason for that is because with some of these locations, the equipment didn't sell. And there's several reasons for that. It could be because it's too physically deteriorated. It could be because it's too obsolete. And in terms of refrigeration, it may be using prohibited refrigerants and it would need too extensive of an overhaul, and it's not worth it for the buyers to pick that item up. But in the cases where the values were just too low and not enough equipment sold, we didn't consider those sales. For purposes of property tax, everything that's on site as of the lien date is assessable. So we tried to find the sales that had the highest percentage of equipment that's sold. So even with the sales that we relied on, there were some items that didn't sell, but it was maybe about 5 to 10% of the total. So we believe that making an adjustment for those examples was okay to do. But if we have to make an adjustment for 75 or 80% of equipment that didn't sell, we believe that that's not a comparable sale anymore. So these are the sales for 2016. And then moving on to page 2, you can see these are the sales for 2017. So I mean, we have several dozen sales to rely on for our opinion of value. A lot of these companies are pretty similar to Safeway. I mean, you can see right here where I'm hovering over, we have a Whole Foods. Above that, we have a Kroger. Here's another Whole Foods. Going back to the previous slide, we have a Ralph's. I'm hovering over there. And we have a couple of these Walmart locations. They use equipment that's pretty similar to a Vons or Safeway store. So if we move on to page 3, this is the grid where you can see the adjustments that we made for each of these sales. Okay, so here on the far left column, can everybody see me hovering over with my mouse?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so here, this is the name and address of each of these locations. Okay, and then the next column, we have the sales date. And you can see these sales took place 2016 to 2017. We have about 10 or so. You can see the total sale price. Okay, and this is for all of the equipment that I actually sold. And then based on the descriptions provided, we were able to estimate the average age of each of these locations. So it'll give us the manufacturer's name and year for the major equipment in the store. It's typically the refrigeration, sometimes the checkout stands, sometimes things like the deli slicers or the mixers you see in the bakery. It'll give us the year that it was manufactured. So we're able to estimate how old that equipment is. So then after that, we were able to find the lease listings for each of these stores, and we got the square footage. So having the total sale price and the square footage, we're able to calculate a price per square foot. Again, this is similar to how we would go or how we would approach valuing real estate. So on the right side of this grid right here, all these blue numbers that you see, these are all the adjustments that we made to the sale price. So the first one here, this is the buyer's premium. So in each of these sales, added on top of the sale price would be the buyer's premium. And this kind of varies. Sometimes it's as low as 15%, sometimes it may be as high as 25%. But for each of these, we went with the actual buyer's premium for that sale. So for all of them, it looks like it's 18%, except for one, right here is the Kroger, it was 20%. So we took the unadjusted price per square foot and we added the buyer's premium on top of that. So next, we have scrapped equipment. So this is what I mentioned just a minute ago. Any equipment that didn't sell. And you can see when we look through the sales documents, it'll notate which items didn't sell. And I'll point those out. But we tried to find the sales that had the least amount of scrapped equipment, because again, the higher the adjustment we have to make, the less relevant that sale becomes. So we have typically between 5 and 10% of the equipment that didn't sell, but we have this one Ralph's location. There was about 25% of the equipment that didn't sell. So we adjusted upward for that again. All these adjustments are upward, by the way. So next we have equipment quality. So we tried to find the locations that had equipment that was equal in quality to a Safeway store. We have a couple of locations where we actually did have to make an adjustment for quality, where we have a couple of Fresh and Easies. Here's one that we adjusted 15% of the 115%. When Fresh and Easy was still around, their equipment wasn't quite, it was inferior in quality to a Safeway store. So we adjusted upward for that. The next one would be store size. So this is basically just an adjustment for economies of scale. If the store is substantially smaller, then we would make an adjustment. If it's substantially larger, we'd make an adjustment. The next one is equipment removal. So the equipment is removed at the cost of the buyer. One of the reasons why this equipment is sold by auction is because it's already installed, it's in place, and the buyers have the benefit of knowing that the equipment actually works. They know that it's functional. They know that they may or may not have to put some work into getting it up and running in their own business. If this equipment is removed and it's stored in a warehouse somewhere, the buyers don't have that benefit. They can't see that the equipment actually works, because these things, they need to be hooked up to plumbing, water, gas, electricity. So they want to know that it's working. But once they buy it, they have to remove it at their own cost. So based on the research that we've done, the experts that we've consulted with, we've estimated equipment removal to be about 20%. So we added 20% to the sale price. And then the last one is miscellaneous adjustment. So not all of the locations have this miscellaneous adjustment. What this is for is some of these locations don't have all of the equipment that you would see in a Safeway store. So you can see we have a 10% adjustment for both of the Walmarts. We have one for the Fresh Market, for Fresh and Easy, and then for the other Fresh and Easy. So when you go into a Safeway and you look around the perimeter of the store, you'll see things like the deli, you'll see a bakery, you might see seafood, you might see maybe a sandwich bar, things like that. Those services were not available in the Walmart stores. They weren't available in the Fresh and Easy stores. It's all prepackaged food. So this includes things like the deli slicers or scales or dough mixers or different display cases for things like seafood. So we also had to make an upward adjustment for that. It's not a substantial amount of value that needs to be added. Most of the value in the store comes from the refrigerated and frozen section, but it's still something that we think needs to be added to the value. So after we made all of these adjustments, we have our total adjusted price per square foot in this far right column right here. So we looked at the characteristics of each of the sales comparables, and then we looked at each of the subject properties, and we applied a price per square foot based on how well they matched, which again, this is similar to how you would do a real estate valuation. So moving on to page 4.
Can I ask a question about that last? You don't have to go back, but okay. For equipment removal, you're adding a value or a price of the equipment because of the cost to remove it?
Right.
So you're actually adding, not deducting.
Right.
Because you're not getting that money.
No, that's at the buyer's expense.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we move to page 4, we see one of the other components for property tax value, and this is installation cost. So we took the fixed assets for Safeway and Vons locations. You see on the screen, Southern California, that would be the Vons locations, and Northern California would be the Safeway locations. So we looked at the total cost of all the equipment going back about 10 years or so. And then we found the total cost to install that equipment. And we calculated a percentage of how much it costs to install. And we found a range over this period of between, on average, about 20 to 30%. So we just went with the upper limit of that range, and we added 30% to our opinion of market value to account for installation. And then we also have sales tax on top of that, but you'll see that on the value calculation. Okay, so on page 5, we have a summary of the 3 locations that are under appeal. Okay, so in the far left column, we have the store number. That's just the internal ID number for each of these stores. Then we have the address and the city. along with the account number and then the appeal number. So this column here that says RCN per square foot, that is the reproduction cost new per square foot. So the reproduction cost is calculated by taking the costs that are reported to the county and applying an index factor to make those costs current as of the lien date. So if we wanted to reproduce an exact replica of store 965 at 845 South Main Street, an exact replica based on the costs that are reported and accepted by the county, it would cost $110, almost $111 per square foot. Okay, that's for a brand new store based on those costs. And then going down, the next store would be about $74 a square foot. The next one would be about $70 a square foot. And this is important when we look at what Marshall and Swift recommends. So this is reproduction costs. We need to distinguish the difference between reproduction cost and replacement cost. They're usually about the same, but sometimes they're not. So reproduction cost, again, that's based on reproducing an exact replica of what's being reported. And then we have replacement cost, and that's the cost to replace the property with something of similar utility, equivalent utility. So when we index those costs forward, like I said, in theory, it's supposed to be at least close to replacement cost. So next we have the roll value per square foot. And this is pretty straightforward. It's just the value that's calculated by the assessor divided by the square footage. And then next we have our opinion of value. Okay, so you can compare these two numbers side by side. The roll value for the first location is about 35 a square foot. We say it's 11 a square foot. And going on down, we believe that all these stores are about $11 a square foot. They're fairly similar to each other as far as equipment quality, age of the store. But here we have the total numbers. So if you refer back to Exhibit 1, these are the numbers that we showed. So the total value for all three stores is about $3.5 million. And you can see that itemized right above. And then our opinion of value is about $1.5 million. And you can see our opinion of value for each location above that.
I'm curious why your replacement cost new varies by 70%, but your opinion of value is identical.
So you're talking about the reproduction cost?
Right.
Right here. So this is based on the costs that are reported to the county. Okay, so this may vary because of the year of acquisition for the costs that are reported. But
okay, forgive me. I'm sorry. Let me back you up again a second.
Okay.
I was under the impression that the replacement cost new was if you replace that equipment today. Is that not the case?
This is the cost to reproduce an exact replica. It's not to replace it. So this is based on the cost.
Okay.
Now the cost to replace it, that would be different because that's more directed by the market.
Right. Okay. But RCN, replacement cost new.
Reproduction cost new.
Okay. Reproduction cost.
Yeah. There's always a bit of confusion between the two because they have the same acronym.
That's fine. But reproduction cost new is more or less the same thing. If the reproduction cost of the store in Willits is $110 a foot and Ukiah is $69 a foot, why is there a difference there? Maybe that's the question to ask.
Yeah, that's because of the costs. And when we talk about appraisal, cost does not always equal value.
But you're saying reproduction cost new. Mm-hmm. That's not the appraisal. That's in my mind, you're saying what it would cost to reproduce everything in that store today. Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay.
But that's based on the cost though. Again, that's based on the cost.
The cost today, not the cost when you bought it 15 years ago.
Right. When we bought it 15 years ago, we would index those costs to make them current as of the 2018 lien date. But when you see something that's that high, when you see, say, for example, the first one here in Willits, that's almost 111 a square foot, that could be for any number of reasons, but typically it's because either the costs are overreported, they don't have all the equipment they're reporting, or it could be because the store is overbuilt. overbuilt to what a typical supermarket should look like. It could be any number of reasons. So if it's overbuilt, then that would be an example of functional obsolescence.
But if you're replacing with a 5-year-old freezer, you're talking about going out and buying a 5-year-old freezer that
right, and that would be replacement cost. So replacement cost takes into account depreciation. So right here, this number, the reproduction cost, that's based on the costs that are reported, and then total market
cost that you reported when you bought the equipment,
right, and then every year after.
So it doesn't adjust to a differential of cost from year to year. It's based on the year it was purchased.
Right. And I mean, if equipment gets disposed, then that's supposed to be supposed to reduce the costs that are reported for each year too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we go to page 6, you can see how each of these values is calculated. And I won't go over each of the valuations. I'll go over just the first one so you can see how it's done. But here at the top, we just have the basic information on this location. You have the name, store number, address. Okay, and then the top, this is how the assessor determined value. This is from the cost approach. So in the left-hand column, we have each of the categories that's reported. So the biggest part of this assessment right here would be the store equipment. You see a total cost of about 2.2 million out of a total about 3.2. So it's, this is typical for all the Safeway and Bond stores. That's going to be the biggest component of the overall cost. But then we have the other minor categories, office equipment, this other equipment category that would include things like telephones, electronic equipment. That would be things like scales or money counters. And going on down. These are all, again, minor pieces. So we have the overall cost, and then this is the table that's used to value or to depreciate all of these costs that are reported. And then some of these categories like personal computers and network equipment, it gets more aggressive depreciation than just the generic store equipment would. But then here we have the allocation to fixtures and personal property. This isn't actually typical for a Safeway store. There's usually some kind of allocation. It's just a template that we use. So in this case, everything was allocated to personal property. So now right here, we have the overall value. And this is the calculation of the roll value for 2018 for this location. So then going below that, we have our sales comparison approach.
Can I ask a question on that above chart?
Sure.
When you use the 12-year depreciation, there's a value at the end, and you subtract that from the original number, and then you do what, a straight line depreciation for 12 years?
No, it's not necessarily a straight line depreciation. I'll actually show you the factors. I believe it's in maybe the next exhibit or the one after that, but you can see the factors. Okay. So then below the assessor's cost approach, we have the applicant's approach, and this is the sales comparison approach. So based on these costs that were reported, we calculated an average age of about 11 years. And you'll see the calculation for that in the coming pages. I believe there's about 7 or 8 pages or so. Then below that, we have our opinion of market value. So this is based on the sales that you saw on the previous pages. We believe that based on those sales of similar properties, that the market value should be about $8 for a store that's 11 years old of this quality. So then we add on top of that sales tax and installation. We have the tax rate and the installation rate. So then we have our overall market value. It's about $11. And we apply that to the square footage of about 35,000. So now we have an overall market value of 382,000 for this location. So then we wanted to just double check this with another approach, because we're not looking at the reproduction cost approach. We're looking at the replacement cost, because like I said before, in theory, they're supposed to be about the same. So if reproduction and replacement are the same, then using the cost approach would give us an accurate value. But in our opinion, it doesn't. So Marshall and Swift recommends a replacement cost approach. Now, they provide us a range for how much it would cost to replace one of these stores. Okay. And their replacement cost that they recommend is $49.50. Now, this is also the upper limit of their range. I believe that the lower end is about $29.50, but like I said before, just for the sake of being conservative, or at least in our opinion, conservative, we just went with the upper limit of the range. Okay. And we used the $49.50. But then we have to make a couple of adjustments on top of that. So the replacement cost they give us, it doesn't get changed every year. They provide updates to their cost manual periodically, and they give us a cost multiplier to make this current as of the valuation date. So based on the cost indexes that they provide, we need to adjust this upward by 4%. Okay, so we take the 49.50, multiply it by 1.04. And then we also have the location specific multiplier that they provide. So they give us a multiplier for Mendocino County. And in this case, we have to make an upward adjustment of 15%. So we take into account both the current cost and the local multiplier, and our $49.50 bumps up about $10 to $59. Okay. So then they also provide depreciation factors. Now, based on a property that's 11 years old, it gives us an 80% depreciation factor. So now that gives us a market value of about $10 a square foot, and that's depreciated. So the cost to replace this store based on Marshall and Swift is about $10. And based on the market sales that we've accumulated, it's about $11. So Marshall and Swift actually says that to replace this store, it's actually a little bit less than what our market sales indicate. But we believe that the market sales are a little bit more accurate. So we're standing by this higher value of the 382 versus Marshall and Swift of 343. So moving on to the following pages, this is the calculation for each category of equipment. So on this first page, we have 3 different categories. We have our supplies, we have our store equipment, we have our office equipment. Okay, so in this column, you can see the table for that category. In this next column, you see the year of acquisition. It starts with 2017, it goes back to 2002. And then we have the age, which is just the lien date minus the year of acquisition. And then we have the acquisition cost for each of these categories and each of these years. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and focus on this middle category, the store equipment. So you see in 2017, they acquired about $37,000 in equipment. 2016 was about $65,000. Okay, and we go all the way back down to 2002, and we have a total of about $2.2 million in equipment that was acquired. So we have our trend factor here, and this is how the value is calculated using the cost approach. Okay, so for the first year, we have our 37,000. We multiply it by 93%, and that gives us a value of about 34,000. So what that trend factor says is this equipment is still 93% good. And then for the next year, it says that it's 89% good. And for the next year, 81% good, all the way down. So we apply these trend factors to all the costs, and it gives us an estimate of value for this category of about $745,000. Okay. So now in these last 3 columns, this is how we calculate our reproduction costs, and our average age. So in this column that I'm circling, these are the index factors that are provided by the Board of Equalization. Okay, so basically what these index factors do is it makes the cost current. So if we have costs, say from 2007, we go on down that row, we have to make an upward adjustment of 18%. And basically this accounts for inflation. So we do this for each year of acquisition. So for the first year, it's just 1, there's no inflation to account for. The next year, it's 3%, then 2%, 3%. And we do that for all of the acquisition costs. Okay, so our 2.2 million in cost, once we make that current, it turns into 2.7 million. So we add about 500,000 or so to calculate our reproduction cost. Next, we take our reproduction costs and we want to find the average age. So this is a weighted average. So we just take our RCN and we multiply it by the age that you see in this column right here. Okay. So we have our 37,000, multiply it by 1 year, we get our 37,000 here. We have 67,000 for 2016. We multiply it by 2 because it's 2 years old. And that's how we get our 135,000. So we do that for each year. And then when we get to the last page, you can see how this all reconciles at the end. But for the store equipment, we have our RCN times age of about 30 million, and then our RCN of 2.7 million. So we did this for each equipment category. On the next page, we have our other equipment, electronic equipment, personal computers. Okay, a few more categories. Okay, so here at the bottom, this is where we sum everything up. So our total RCN, or reproduction cost new for this location, is 3.8 million. And this is on page 10 of the exhibit. Okay, so we have our 3.8 million, and then we have right here 41 million. And this is when you take the RCN times the age. And to do the weighted average, we just take this number and we divide it by this number. And that gives us our average age of about 11 years. So then below that, we have our square footage, about 35,000. And this gives us our RCN per square foot. So we have our RCN here of 3.8 million. Divide that by the square footage of about 35,000. And that gives us 111 per square foot. And we did this for each location. And we got about the same number for each. They're all about 11 or 12 years old. So that's why the values are the same for all of them. So based on market sales, the cost to replace an 11-year-old store of that quality, we believe, is about $11 a square foot. Are there any questions about this exhibit?
This is Katrina. Do you mind if we take about a 5-minute break?
Fine with me.
That would be fine. It's about 11 o'clock now. Let's come back at 11:10.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Busker.
Okay, so that is all we have for Exhibit 3, and I can move on if there's no other questions about it. I know it's a lot of numbers, a lot of different calculations, so if you need me to go over anything, I'm happy to do it.
Any questions, Mary Ellen or Richard?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Please proceed.
All right, so then moving on to Exhibit 4, we have a summary of the Board of Equalization and CAA guidelines. So starting on page 2, we have our equipment index factors, and this is what you saw in the previous exhibit. This is how we calculate our reproduction cost. So you have the year of acquisition in the left-hand column, and then you have the index factor in the right-hand column. So this is the percentage that we multiply the cost by to make it current as of the lien date. And then we take these factors and we combine them with the factors on this page. It's on page 3 of the exhibit. This is how we come up with our blended trend factors. So this row, you see along the top, goes 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 40. This is the average service life. This is how you calculate the average service life for each table. Okay, so we'll just use the 12-year life as an example. I'm hovering right there. Because the 12-year life is what we use for supermarkets. So these are just the percent good factors. This doesn't take into account the index factor quite yet. Okay, so for 1-year-old equipment, it's supposed to be 93% good. 2-year-old equipment is 86% good. And we go all the way down the column there. So we take these numbers and we combine them with the numbers on the previous page, the index factors. And that's how we come up with our trend factor. And this is how the value is calculated through the cost approach. So we have these two factors combined. We multiply those by the cost, and that's supposed to give us an estimate of fair market value. Okay, so moving on to page 4.
You're saying that, Mr. Busker, you're saying that those, that is how that's the guideline for the assessor for a piece of equipment with a assumed life of 12 years.
Right, that's how it's calculated.
That's the depreciation schedule, so to speak.
Right, so each of these numbers that you see on this table, that is just the percent good factor. That's not taking into account any adjustments for price level. Okay, that's what the numbers on the previous slide do. So these factors right here, this accounts for inflation. Okay, so that'll make the historical cost current. So instead of doing 2 calculations for each cost, we do 1 calculation. We have that you combine the index factor and the percent good factor, and that gives us our trend factor. So it's going to account for increase in price level along with physical deterioration and normal levels of obsolescence. So for the supermarket,
words you're talking about both appreciation and depreciation.
Right.
Table. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it appreciation. It's more inflation. But just another example, like shopping carts, that's on a 5-year table. So we would take this 5, we would take all those numbers in the 5 column, we would multiply those numbers by the same index factors, and that would give us our 5-year trend factors. And then for telephones, it's on a 10-year table. So we would take the 10, all the numbers in that column, multiply them by the same index factors, and then we have our 10-year trend table. So that's how it's done for every category. Well, I take that back. There are some categories that get their own specific table because some kind of study has been done and it's been determined that just using a generic life table doesn't give us an accurate value. So for things like computers, network equipment, those have their own trend factors. Because when you take into account the index factors, that doesn't really apply to the high-tech equipment, because a year from now, we'll be able to buy a computer for less than a computer today, and it'll be superior in quality. So those are valued a little bit differently.
But this table is, how do I want to phrase it? It's sort of like a modified accelerated depreciation schedule.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Okay. So I just wanted to show you that so you can see how the cost approach is done. So now I'm going to go into a little bit of background on the cost approach. So going to page 4, we have letter to assessors number 96/30. Okay. So I'll try to summarize it the best that I can. And the letter says, the economic lives provided in what was previously known as Policy and Procedures number 10 and any subsequent revisions were based on the knowledge and experience of ASD's auditor appraisers, opinions of assessors and their staffs, and information from various industry sources. In most cases, they were not based on actual studies of the average service lives of any of the listed groups of equipment. So these are the guidelines for the cost approach prior to the CAA. Okay, so I'm going to go over the history before the CAA and then after the CAA was created. So prior to the CAA, when the Board of Equalization was, I guess, in charge of these guidelines, the guidelines weren't based on any studies. It was based on the experience of the appraisers making the guidelines. It says county assessors are not required to follow the internal guidelines issued for ASD staff. Internal guidelines do not have the authority of a property tax rule, letter to assessor, or assessor's handbook because they are not reviewed and approved by the elected Board of Equalization members. ASD's internal guidelines are not to be cited as an authority in assessment appeals hearings. An assessment appeals case should be decided by applying the appropriate property tax statutes, regulations, court rulings, and sound appraisal practice to the pertinent information available for the situation in dispute. Okay, so again, that is from 1996, but then on page 5, we have the SBE issue paper 08-009, and this is from 2008. Okay, so with this issue paper, the Board of Equalization was trying to determine whether or not to get involved in these guidelines again. So what the slide says is that they're trying to determine whether or not to include recommended economic lives in the assessor's handbook. So policy 10, which is what we saw in the previous slide, that was the guideline until its withdrawal in 1996. So to fill this void, the CAA developed recommended economic lives, and the Board of Equalization staff has not participated in that process. It's strictly been done by the CAA. Okay, so in the same exhibit, the economic lives to be included in the assessor's handbook were to represent a starting point in determining fair market value. I'm quoting the paper here. Since it's impossible for board staff to conduct an in-depth lifing study on every category of property or equipment. This also says that the data contained in assessor's handbook is meant to be used as a guide. So even though it does have some authority to it, if it's included in assessor's handbook, it's still only meant to be used as a guide. And it says the county assessors are required by law to determine the market value of property. Okay, more from this paper. Only a portion of the recommended lives are the result of an in-depth lifing study. So as I mentioned a moment ago, we have separate tables for certain categories of equipment. So the two most common that we use are, I lost you guys for a second, sorry. The two most common that are used are personal computers and local area network equipment. We have other categories for like agricultural equipment, construction equipment, offset lithographic tables. There's been specific studies done for those categories of equipment, and the result was a separate set of trend factors. But for supermarket equipment, we haven't had that kind of lifing study. So it's just put on the generic 12-year table. So the remaining economic lives were developed from auditor appraiser knowledge, information gathered from various counties, and the results of assessment appeals hearings. And each of these bullet points, this is all from the Board of Equalization. Okay, so if we move to page 10, we now have an LTA from 2008. This is number 2008/056. This is a follow-up to that formal issue paper. And this LTA, it provided the proposed economic lives that would be included in Assessor's Handbook. It reiterates that the information provided was to be used as a guide and that assessors are required by law to determine the fair market value of property. And, excuse me, this was also asking for input from interested parties regarding the proposed economic lives. And we have some examples of the input that was received from various interested parties. Okay, so what you can see on this slide, this is an example of some of the lives that they're proposing. And this is actually taken from page 12. You can see the different categories and then the economic life in the second column. And we have grocery stores down here at the bottom on a 12-year life, which is what they're proposing. These lives, I don't believe they're different at all from what the CAA had at the time. It's just that putting it in the Assessor's Handbook would give it a little bit more credibility. So I'm just going to go through a couple of examples of what I mentioned a minute ago of the input from interested parties. So we have one example here on page 17. This is an email from the property tax manager of Purina Nestle. And he says here, all food processing machinery and equipment should not get a 15-year life. Even though according to California, engineering is considered taxable, I can't sell the engineering costs associated with my equipment. Another issue I have is how were these tables established? Is there a study that was conducted or something that would validate the lives established? So here's someone else that they have a concern with how the tables were developed. And if it's something that's being published by the Board of Equalization, we know that it does give it a little more credibility, and it creates a burden that's a little bit more difficult to overcome when an appeal is filed. We have another example here on page 18. This is someone from Marvin Poor. And he says, having the California Assessors Association dictate the direction of life tables could create self-prophesying positions among some assessor personnel or even counties. So someone else, that's just, it's just a concern that we all have if the Board of Equalization starts directing the direction of these life tables. Here's another example from Western Propane Gas Association. Our industry opposes the inclusion of economic lives for equipment categories in the Assessor's Handbook, Section 581, because there does not appear to be any rationale for the economic years chosen. In the table, propane tank is listed as having a 30-year economic life. However, many propane companies currently use a 40-year economic life for depreciation. Propane tanks are traditionally made of steel and have been known to far exceed even a 40-year lifespan. So yeah, they just have a concern about how the tables were developed. So if you move to page 22, we have a follow-up LTA. It's about 2 months after the previous one was sent out. And this gives us the result of the input from interested parties. And as a result, the Board of Equalization decided not to include recommended lives. in the assessor's handbook. Okay, so this is as of 2008. As of today, or even as of 1/1/18 and 1/1/19, the two lien dates that are under appeal, as far as we know, the Board of Equalization has not taken an interest in the recommended lives. It's all under the direction of the CAA. So moving on to page 23 through the end of the exhibit, we actually have the lives that are recommended by the CAA. So on page 23, we have the introduction to the guidelines that the CAA publishes. And I'll read from page 23. It's not on the slide, but it says, this paper is the result of work by the CAA Business Chiefs Association, having met to arrive at a uniform set of equipment index, percent good, and valuation factors. These tables are recommended for use by all California Assessors Association members in order to promote uniformity in the assessment of business property. And then on page 24 of that same exhibit, the CAA's recommended guidelines, it says, if an assessor has property or industry-specific appraisal data that in the assessor's opinion will produce a more precise appraisal of the subject property, then it is recommended that the assessor apply the more precise data. Now, I'll go ahead and I can share that part of my screen if you guys need to see it. Maybe I can't. Here, let me go to that. So this is what I was referencing just a minute ago from the CAA, where it says that if the assessor has industry-specific appraisal data, then it's recommended that the assessor apply the more precise data. Okay, I'll go back to the slideshow. Okay. So the CAA recommended lives recommended to be used by all CAA members in order to promote uniformity. We just read that. CAA members are not required to follow the recommended lives. If information specific to the subject property is available, CAA recommends to use that information. Okay. So actually, before we move along to Exhibit 5, there's something else I wanted to point out in Exhibit 4. Oh, I'm sorry for jumping around. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. So we have the guidelines for 2018 right here. And we highlighted certain categories. Okay, so all of these categories that are highlighted, these all receive a 12-year life. Okay, so first we have aerospace, next apparel manufacturing, beauty salons, blueprinting, car wash, construction. I mean, there's several categories that get it. Dentists, pharmaceuticals, here we have grocery stores, hospitals. Now, these equipment categories, I mean, in our opinion, they have nothing in common. You know, we're concerned about why each of these are given a 12-year life when they have nothing in common. Each of these categories or each of these industries, they all experience highs at different times. They experience lows at different times. They may not experience highs or lows at all, you know, depending on how the economy is going. So we're concerned about the accuracy of using these tables. You know, like machine shops, for example, there may be some years where the economy is down and the machine shop, the production's down. You the value should be substantially lower than a 12-year life. But during that time, we have something like a dentist's office where they may not really see those same lows, but they're still valued the same way. So, again, it's just a concern that we have as to how these tables were developed. I'll go back to the slideshow. Okay, so Exhibit 5. So these are the pages from Marshall and Swift that we relied on. Now, our opinion of value, it's not based on Marshall and Swift at all. We just use Marshall and Swift to kind of support the market sales that we found. So here's where we got our costs or replacement cost basis for our replacement costs. So down here, you see me hovering over. It says complete equipment for a typical supermarket ready to open for business costs $29.75 to $49.50 per square foot of gross market area. So they provide us a range, but we just went with the upper limit of that range because we know that a company like Safeway, they're going to use the best equipment. They have higher aesthetic standards. We believe that they are in the upper tier of the grocery industry. So we went with the upper limit of that range. Before I move on, so up on the top right of the page where I'm circling, this was published in March 2016. And then down at the bottom, it says that this page becomes obsolete after March 2018. Okay, so this does apply to the 1/1/18 lien date because it's before this date at the bottom. But this also came out 2 years before the lien date. So we did have to make an adjustment for cost, which you'll see in this exhibit. So now on page 2, we have our life expectancy guidelines. And this is how we came up with our depreciation factor through this approach. So they don't provide us a factor specifically for supermarkets or grocery stores, but they do have a recommendation for retail trades, fixtures, and equipment. And they give us a range between 7 to 11 years. It was our assumption that the higher end of the range, the 11 years, that'll be for things that are a little bit more general, less technical in nature. And if you think about, say, clothing retail, you have racks and shelves, things like that. That would be on the upper end of the range. And then for something on the lower end, the 7-year, we made the assumption that would be for things that are more high tech in nature, like refrigeration and freezers. So for purposes of our valuation, we went with a 9-year, which is just right in the middle. Okay, so on page 3, these are the depreciation factors that they publish in their guide. And you can see these are the 9-year factors that we relied on. And it actually has a floor at 10 years old. So whether it's 10 years old, 15 years old, 20 years old, it won't get any more than 20% depreciation. I'm sorry, 20% good. So that's 80% depreciation. So all of these locations, I believe they're between 10 to 12 years old. So they all received the max 80% depreciation.
Fascinating in that you have like a little bell curve there. It goes, the depreciation goes up for the first 2 years and then starts dropping
right
in the last.
Right.
You would think that the first year would be the greatest year of depreciation.
Well, it depends on who.
If nothing else, just going from new to used.
Right. And, based on the research that we have, you'll see it in the coming exhibits. Depending on who you ask, they'll give you a different opinion on how much depreciation you get in the first year. There's one expert that we've consulted with that in the first year, I believe they said is about 30% depreciation. There's another source that we have that says that it's 50% in the first year, just when you go from new to use, possibly because there's some kind of stigma involved with having used equipment that it drops
Wow.
substantially in the first year. So really, it depends on the source that you're consulting, but this is what Marshall & Swift says. Okay, so now on page 4 of the exhibit, this is where we got our cost adjustments. So there's 2 different categories that they provide that we thought were relevant to these locations. So we have refrigeration, and then we have store. Now, really, if we use either one, it doesn't really matter. It's the same result. But what we do is we have these 2 columns. At the top of this one, it's January 2018, which is the valuation date. And then the next one is April of 2016, which is roughly when the price guide or the cost manual was published. So we take this index factor and we divide it by this index factor. And that gives us our cost adjustment. So whether we use that equation for refrigeration or for store, it gives us the same result. And it was about a 4% upward adjustment. And now on page 5, these are the location adjustments that they provide for us. So what you can see on the slide, this is just a portion of that page. If you reference the exhibit, we have the full page. And at the top, it says local multipliers. So they provide it for every state. And then in some cases, it's city specific, for larger cities. And then they also have it at the county level. So for this case, we have it at the county level, and they give us a range. Now these letters at the top, A, B, C, D, S, that's more for building quality. So if we're trying to come up with the replacement cost of real estate, these numbers are going to vary based on the construction of the building. But since we're looking at personal property, we just took an average of these numbers. And I believe it was around 14%. You see it doesn't range much, 14 and 15%. So that's how we applied our local multiplier for our Marshall & Swift approach. And it comes within a reasonable range of what the comparable sales tell us. It comes in a little bit lower than our opinion through the sales comparison approach, but both numbers are substantially lower than the roll value. Okay. So move on to Exhibit 6. Give me 1 second. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, when a store closes down, whether it's a Safeway Bonds or one of their competitors, the equipment, if it's not just disposed, it's offered for sale by auction. And that's the industry standard, is to sell by auction. I mentioned why. One of the main reasons being because the buyers want to see that the equipment works. And it's been proven over the years that selling by auction, it actually yields the highest price for that equipment. When the equipment's auctioned off, whoever is auctioning the equipment, they are typically paid a percentage of the final proceeds. So, since they're on a commission basis or a contingency basis, they have an incentive to try to maximize the gains from that sale. But what we have here is we have a letter that our company, Property Tax Assistance, wrote to the Board of Equalization. And it's dated, you can see it's 30 years old. But we don't have anything to the contrary of what's stated in this letter. So first, I'll read through the letter that we wrote, and then I'll show you the Board of Equalization's response. So first, our letter says, recently we attended a Society of Auditor Appraisers meeting in Concord, California. Mark Buckley from your office gave a very good lecture in one of the workshops I attended. During this lecture, it was my understanding that the SBE is not opposed to using auction data to help arrive at a proper market value. We would appreciate having some additional data on how and when this type of data would be used. Okay, so in that workshop that they had at that meeting, they said that using auction data, it could be used as an indicator of fair market value, and they wanted to know how and when that would be applicable. So here's the follow-up to that letter. It's on pages 2 and 3 of the exhibit. And it says, auctions due to forced sales, such as bankruptcy or foreclosure, would generally not be considered reliable indicators of market value. So it says generally not be considered. However, in some circumstances, auction sales could meet the market value conditions. The appraiser should consider if the transaction was typical of existing market and economic conditions. Some types of property typically transfer through the auction process, and that is the case with supermarket equipment. That's really the only way that it sells. If we think back to the real estate market crash, the most recent one, when sales started to kind of pick back up, 2010, 2011, these properties typically sold as short sales, foreclosures, REOs, and that was typical of the market. I could tell you from personal experience, I purchased a property as a short sale in 2011, and LA County accepted that as fair market when they set the roll value, because that was typical of the market at the time. Right now in 2021, if we purchased a property as a foreclosure or a short sale, I would not expect that purchase price to be accepted as fair market value. I would expect the county to revalue that property at market value. But in the case of supermarket equipment, that is absolutely how that equipment is sold. There's various reasons for it. I just gave you a couple of them, but the sales data that we have, it is based on auction. And in our opinion, that does give us the best indicator of fair market value. So with that, we have a lot of sales. You have probably 1,000 pages worth of sales data. But if I go through everything, it'll be really redundant. So if it's okay with the board, I'll just go through a couple of examples, maybe one from 2016 and one from 2017, just so you can see how each of these sets of sales documents is composed. You can see the equipment that sold, what didn't sell, how you can tell who it sold to, and that'll kind of give you, a pretty good overview of how we came up with our opinion of value, if that's okay. Also, just in the interest of saving time, and you can take the rest of the exhibits under submission. So I'll skip ahead to some of the better sales that we have. So the first one we have, this is one of the Walmart neighborhood markets. And this one is actually in downtown Los Angeles. So on page 1, you just see the basic information of the sale. So up here at the top, we have the date. It's June 1st, 2016. And down here at the bottom, you can see the location, 701 West Cesar Chavez in LA. So on page 7, we have some check stands that were sold. Now, typically these check stands, they can cost, in the thousands of dollars, brand new. And these here have a manufacture date of 2013. You can see all of them, 2013. And this sale took place in 2016. So they're only about 3 years old when they sold. And here is what they sold for. So these ones at the bottom sold for $50, and the one at the top sold for $150. Okay, something else to note is it tells us who it sold to. So this first one, it says that it's sold on site. So that means that somebody showed up to the auction in person and they bought it on site. Now, this next one, for example, it looks like a username. The full name is hidden. They only give us the first and last characters. So with each of these auctions, users are able to log into the website and they can purchase this equipment from wherever they are. They may be somebody that's local that just can't make it that day, or it could be somebody in a different city, different state, different country. We've actually consulted with the company that has typically sold Safeway's used equipment over the years, and they have shipped equipment to people on every continent. When you think of an auction, you probably would think about, you show up the day of the auction, it's not advertised very well. It's only to a select few people. You might have a dozen buyers the day of the sale, and then it just goes to the highest bidder. But these auctions are very well advertised. I get this information daily, and they notify us well in advance. It could be anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months in advance, and then we can participate in the sale when it finally takes place. But they notify us well in advance. And like I said, you can participate in the auction from anywhere that you are. So it reaches a wide audience where, again, you might have only had a dozen or a couple dozen buyers, in the not so distant past, but now you can have thousands of buyers all participating on this one auction. So on the next slide, we have some examples of refrigeration. So these are also some newer models from 2012. So at the time of the sale, they're about 4 years old. These first couple of them sold for $500. And again, here's a couple examples of some items that sold online. And at the bottom, we have this one here that sold for $575. This is substantially lower than what it would cost new, and these items are only 4 years old. And we have some more. These are all from page 11 of that exhibit. Again, only about 4 years old. These are all similar in quality to what you would find at a Safeway store. Same manufacturers, Hill Phoenix, Hussman. And again, these are a fraction of what they would cost to buy new. We do have to factor in those other components of cost, like installation. We also factor in the buyer's premium. We factor in the removal costs. Still, it's much lower than the roll value. We have some more refrigeration. This is from page 12. It's all fairly new equipment. This store was fairly new when it closed, and we have the press release on that. So I think you get the idea with these refrigeration items. They're all fairly new. Everything here is between 3 and 4 years old. Okay, so here we have the press release on page 37 of that exhibit. It says Walmart opens downtown Los Angeles neighborhood market with community celebration. So this is from September 19th of 2013. And if you call back to page 1, the sale was June 1st of 2016. So it was actually about 2.5 years that this store lasted before it closed down. So it says today, local leaders and community members joined Walmart, 65 associates and hundreds of customers for the grand opening of the Walmart neighborhood market in downtown LA, 701 West Cesar Chavez. The store soft opened on Friday, September 13th, to give neighbors in the local community an opportunity to preview the store. And since then, it has served more than 10,000 customers. And then here we also have the square footage of the store at 34,000 square feet. And that's how we calculated our price per square foot as well. So that'll give us one example from 2016. Now, let's go through one from 2017. This one, I think, here's a pretty good example This one is a Whole Foods in Encinitas, which is in San Diego County. Pick this one because Whole Foods is really a competitor of Safeway and Bonds. So they would have similar equipment, similar standards for how their stores are composed. So we think that it's a good representation of fair market value. So on page 1, and this is exhibit 17, if you want to look at the PDF that was provided. So we have here, it says former Whole Foods Market. This was in June of 2017. And it's located at 687 South Coast Highway in Encinitas. So on page 9, so here's an example of a Hill Phoenix frozen food case, manufactured 2011. And if we're looking at a 2017 sale date, this item was 6 years old. And you can see it says passed. This lot was not sold. So for whatever reason, nobody bought this item on that day, even though it was only 6 years old. You know, you would think that if something has a 12-year useful life or 12-year average service life, that something that's only 6 years old should sell. I mean, there could be any number of reasons for it. Could be, right here you see it shows the refrigerant type. Maybe that's something that was outside of the current regulations at the time. You know, if that item uses a different type of refrigerant than what's allowed, whoever buys it, they'll have to overhaul it so that it can use the new allowable refrigerants, and that cost may have just been too great. So nobody bought this item. And we have some more here. There's another Hill Phoenix multi-deck. This is a refrigeration case. Also, year 2011, it's only 6 years old. Again, it was passed, nobody bought it. We have some more items here, 2011, 2001. So we have a little bit of a mixture of older equipment and newer equipment. We have a gelato case, 2011, so it's about 6 years old there. These items, it's more refrigeration, these are about 6 years old. So we tried to pick the sales that had the equipment that was most comparable to what we would find in a Safeway store. The newest equipment, the highest percentage that sold, you know, the smallest percentage that was disposed. So we have some more here, 2012, 2011. So for the most part, this equipment's, you know, 5 to 6 years old, maybe as old as 10 years. You know, this item here is about 15 years old. So here we have the lease listing for this location. Here at the bottom, you can see it's 25,000 square feet. So that will do it for that portion of the sales comparables. So next, I wanted to go over Exhibit 18, which is some industry information for why the market value is so low for this equipment. Are there any questions before we move on? No questions.
Apparently not.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to stop me if you have any questions. So in Exhibit 18, we have various articles from different publications that it supports our position of economic and functional obsolescence. So we have about 70 pages in this exhibit. If we go through the slides, we'll probably touch on maybe 9 or 10 of these articles. We won't go over everything, but we'll go ahead and start on page 1. So on page 1, we have an article from Dominic A. Piazza, who is a certified machinery and equipment appraiser. This is from April of 2019. And in this article, he talks about something that he calls the remaining obsolescence factor, or abbreviated as ROF. And he says that it's measured by taking the difference between the cost indicator of value and the value obtained through the use of the sales comparison approach. This gives us a market-derived obsolescence factor. So this is what we saw earlier in Assessor's Handbook as the market method of estimating depreciation. So he says the two biggest technological influences on the ROF are the internet and computerized controllers. These factors force equipment values to be reconciled to the market whenever possible. So, it's fine to use the cost approach, but we do need to reconcile that with what the market tells us that this property is worth. So he gives some examples for why obsolescence is present in this kind of equipment. And one of those factors is a lack of services. This includes things like training, parts, or warranties. So when you buy the equipment new, you have a warranty with it for both the parts and for the labor. But when you buy something used, that warranty is gone. So that does factor into the value. And then he says that when equipment goes from new to used, there's an immediate 50% drop in value. And this also needs to be accounted for when using the cost approach. Now, we don't necessarily think that 50% drop is accurate across the board. It might be accurate for certain equipment categories, but maybe a little bit less accurate for others. But this is his opinion, that there's a 50% drop in the first year. Okay, the next article starts on page 5. And this is from CNN Business from October of 2018. And this article is about Amazon Go stores. So it says Amazon Go stores have no cashiers, no cash registers, or even a self-service checkout. Now, these stores are actually pretty fascinating. I'm not sure if anybody on the call has actually seen one of them. But with these stores, Amazon bills your credit card on your way out of the store. So you have a smartphone app that provides you a receipt, what you paid, and they even tell you how long you were inside the store. It includes a highly automated system that tracks inventory in real time. It gives us real-time stock replenishment. And in this article, experts say that this type of store will be the norm in the near future. So, it could be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that most, if not all stores around the country will be like this. With that in mind, if somebody's buying used equipment, they can see that whatever they're buying, it only has maybe another 5 years of useful life, another 10 years before it's completely obsolete. And that's something they take into account when they decide how much they pay for used equipment. So next, we have an article on page 12. Okay, so this is the Food Marketing Institute's Year in Review 2017. And in this article, it says, grocery shopping will reach digital maturity and saturation faster than other industries. Center store categories are already moving online, and this trend is expected to continue. Younger shoppers are more engaged in technology and will help speed up the transition. And now retailers will be forced to fundamentally reconfigure the layout and role of brick and mortar stores to meet changing trends. And this is something that we've seen a lot of in the last year, with COVID. This is not necessarily relating to these appeals, but it's just something that's really accelerated the trend of online shopping. Okay, so next on page 22, this goes from pages 22 to 29. We have a study from 2016 that says today's shoppers are looking for new solutions for the way that they shop. The rate of change is exponential, not linear, and this is due to technology, shifting consumer preferences, and a more networked population. Consumer preference is moving away from the traditional large footprint grocery store. So this is something that I touched on earlier. The footprint of modern grocery stores is getting a lot smaller. And as of 2016, it says that 25% of consumers are buying groceries online. And that number is much higher today. Based on this study, it says that stores now have oversized real estate. Stores now have oversized real estate with new overhead implications. This has forced retailers to repurpose the space used for goods that are no longer in demand. So this is when when you walk into a grocery store and you see things like seating areas, maybe cooking demonstrations, you might see different dining options, you might see a coffee shop. You know, at one point, those were all retail sections in the store. But now they've had to repurpose it for other uses. Okay, so next we have an article on page 36. And this article pertains to energy efficiency and government regulations. So this is from Catherine Ling. It's dated February 28th of 2014. And it says the Energy Department rolled out new energy efficiency standards for commercial refrigeration, February 28, 2014. And this is an update to the standards set in 2009 and will take effect in 2017. Well, let me go back real quick. So they had these standards that were set in 2014, and it was an update to standards from 2009. So just 5 years later, they came out with a new set of standards. It would take effect in 2017, but you have one set of standards in 2009 and another in 2017, 8 years later. So any equipment that was 8 years old, it now has become obsolete because of government regulation. So that 8 years is obviously lower than the 12-year life that's recommended by the CAA. So if we move on to pages 37 through 39, this gives us a timeline of the different regulations for energy efficiency. And you can see it on the bottom of page 38, and each of these dates is highlighted. Okay, so the first federal standard was adopted in 2005, and it was made effective in 2010. Okay. So the second standard was adopted in 2009 and effective in 2012. So if we only focus on the effective dates, the first one was 2010, the second one was 2012. So after only 2 years, we had a brand new standard. So that means obsolescence. The third federal standard was adopted in 2014 and effective in 2017. So now, you know, we have a little bit more time, but it's only 5 years later, we now have a third federal standard. So after 5 years, five additional years, we have more obsolescence. Okay, so according to this article, the updated standard was due 2020, so last year, and it's supposed to take effect in 2023. So now another 6 years before the next, I guess, level of obsolescence is set. So we see anywhere between 2 years to 6 years, we have different standards that are being released. So, I mean, this gives us obsolescence, added obsolescence every time a new standard is released. And it's really beyond the control of the property owner. So now, moving on to page 40, we have a graph we're going to look at. So on this graph, this gives us the energy consumption for refrigeration or reach-in refrigerators. Okay, so this dotted orange line at the top of the graph, this is the energy consumption based on the 2003 California efficiency standards. Okay, now moving down to the gray dotted line, this is based on the 2010 national standard. So after 7 years, energy use went down. No, so I mean, I don't know if they reached their goal or not, but it did lower energy consumption. Now, this black solid line, this is the 2017 national standard. So 7 years later, they've lowered energy consumption once again. So it looks like these standards are doing what they're trying to do, but you see these blue dotted lines at the very bottom. So these are actually below the national standard. And this is the energy consumption of current models of refrigeration. So these manufacturers are not only meeting the state and federal standards, but they're also exceeding the standards. So they're competing with each other, trying to create the best product possible. So if they're constantly innovating and they're constantly coming up with more efficient models, it can't do anything but make the older models obsolete. So next we have an article from Hill Phoenix, which you may recognize from the previous exhibits. This is a refrigeration manufacturer. This is from January of 2017. And this article just summarizes the different ways that they're meeting energy efficiency standards. And they are doing that by doing such things as upgrading to LED lights. They're repositioning anti-sweat heaters, increasing coil efficiency, improving fan motor efficiency, and they're adding occupancy sensors to operate the lights. And you can see each of these on pages 42 and 43. So by them trying to meet these new standards, it means that many case models will change and that some will disappear. And new regulations mean that some of the cases that have been bought for years will no longer be available. So if these cases are no longer available, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to find replacement parts, maybe even to find somebody to work on the equipment in the event that it breaks down. So the last article that I wanted to go over from this exhibit is on page 69. It's actually the last article of the exhibit. And this talks about why supermarkets need to stay on top of refrigeration maintenance. And this is from 2012. So it says that a special emphasis is put on this equipment category for the sake of customers, cost, and regulatory guidelines. Businesses have made a concerted effort to make operations and equipment more energy efficient. One Department of Energy study found that 50% of a grocery store's energy costs come from refrigeration alone. So this has led companies to invest in more efficient refrigeration systems. So whether they're actually making this investment or not, that really, it doesn't change the fact that there's obsolescence. This more efficient equipment is available if they wanted to purchase it. But since the more efficient equipment is available, that means that the less efficient equipment is obsolete. And the value is absolutely affected by that. So moving on to Exhibit 19. What we have in Exhibit 19 is a collection of letters that we've received. We have letters as new as 2020. We have these letters going back as long, I believe, as like 1993 or 94. And what these letters consist of are opinions from people that we consider to be experts in the industry of supermarket equipment. So these people, they come from all facets of this industry. We have letters from people that sell used equipment. We have people that acquire used equipment, people that work in the stores. We actually have one letter from somebody that's from Bonds. So I just wanted to go over a couple of these letters so you can see what other people are saying about the value of this type of equipment and just how it compares to our opinion. So first, on pages 1 and 2, we have a letter from Cornerstone Equipment Management. And this is actually the company that sells the used equipment for Safeway and Bonds. And the gentleman that wrote this letter, his name is Jerry Evans. He's the CEO of the company. And he's actually come to testify on our behalf at several assessment appeals hearings, probably 10 or 12 by now. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it today, but we do have a letter here that gives his opinion on this issue. So I'll just go through the highlighted portions of this letter, and I'll start with it's the second paragraph right here. So he says, when a store is scheduled for closure, we are contacted by the customer, being Safeway, well in advance in order to schedule a visit to the location. During our visit, we conduct a physical inventory of the equipment available for sale, compare the inventory to fixed asset records for any discrepancies, and make a determination as to whether conducting an auction will be cost effective. There are instances where our evaluation determines that the store's equipment is not suitable for sale through the auction process. This can occur because the equipment is physically deteriorated, obsolete, or has little to no public demand. Our evaluation may determine that individual items or even an entire store is not suitable for sale. Moving on down, he says, selling supermarket equipment by auction is the generally accepted method for selling this type of equipment, and there are several reasons for this. For one, the buyers want to see that the equipment is functioning properly. If the equipment is removed and sent to an off-site warehouse, the buyers are unable to have that benefit. Additionally, deinstallation, transportation to a warehouse are not cost-effective and may prevent the equipment from ever being sold. If the equipment is refurbished and sold from our warehouse, it will typically sit there for up to a year or longer before it is ever sold. Second, it is widely accepted that selling supermarket equipment by auction yields fair market value. As I mentioned, Cornerstone is paid a commission based on the sale price, so we are incentivized to maximize that sale price as much as possible. That's something that I mentioned earlier. Some of the factors that affect the resale value of supermarket equipment include age, condition, regulatory compliance, remaining useful life, new technology, and supply. Due to the constant state of flux in refrigeration equipment, resale value today is substantially lower than what it was 15 to 20 years ago. This comes as a result of new standards pertaining to allowable refrigerants, efficiency, and safety standards. Brand new equipment imported from the Pacific Rim has become a major competitor to used American-made equipment in recent years. Although the imported equipment is inferior in quality compared to the American manufacturers, the lower price tag is attractive to the regional chains and small local stores, who are the chief consumers at auctions like ours. And then in the last paragraph, he says, it is my understanding that supermarket equipment is valued by the assessor's office using a 12-year economic life. While the equipment may be able to physically last that long, it does not hold the value indicated by the use of the corresponding trend factors. After about 10 years of use, this equipment has minimal value on the open market. So in his opinion, and also it would actually be our opinion based on our research, after 10 years of use, that's kind of the cutoff for when this equipment will actually be sold on the open market. Anything that's older than 10 years, you'll have a hard time selling it. And if you do, it's typically going to be for parts or scrap value. They get, whoever buys it, they'll get paid to recycle it. We have another letter here I just wanted to go over before we move on. This is a letter from Publix. We don't have any Publix in California, as far as I know. But this is a gentleman that I met at a property tax symposium a couple of years ago. He's the property tax manager for Publix. So he buys and sells this equipment all the time. So I look at him as an expert when it comes to this type of property. So the first paragraph, he says, the biggest difference between using an economic life table and calculating value is the point in time at which the value changes. And before I go on, I just want to clarify, he's located in Florida. So take that however you will. But he says the majority of the economic life tables in Florida have a floor of 20%, which is grossly overstated the longer an asset stays in service. And that's something that I touched on earlier. We have something similar here in California. We have a floor when it comes to our percent good factors. And on a 12-year life, I believe the floor is about 11 or 12%. So regardless, once that property has reached that floor, it will never be valued any lower than that percent good. So it could be 15 years old or it could be 50 years old. it will always be valued at that floor. And he says that the value is then grossly overstated the longer the asset stays in service. I think that's fairly obvious. Any asset can last longer than its expected average economic life, but has little to no value after a number of years. The depreciation tables with a floor do not take that into consideration in the actual value of the assets. So next, he says, in the first 6 months of 2017, 378 display cases were sold with an average recovery percentage of 50% of original cost. Based on the sales information, the asset reaches a 20% value at just under 7 years, with higher depreciation in the first 4 years. So after 7 years of use, he says that they're only 20% good, where I don't have the factors in front of me. If you just give me 1 second. So after 7 years of use on a 12-year table, the Board of Equalization says that it's 54% good, or the CAA says that it's 54% good. And he says that it's less than half of that. And that's based on his experience in buying and selling equipment. So at the bottom of the page, he gives us a rough depreciation schedule of what he would propose for refrigeration equipment. So in the first year, his opinion is that it's 70% good. So we have a 30% immediate decline, where you saw the article previously that said it was 50%. So, I mean, depending on who you ask, you'll see a range. In this case, it's between 30 to 50%. But then after year one, you see that kind of drop off a little bit. So 30% in the first year, and then roughly 10% every year after, might be 11 or 12%. But it's much more aggressive than what we see on the 12-year table. Okay. So, just before we finish this exhibit, I'll go over this one letter that we have here from Vaughn's. This is actually part of the same company as Safeway, and this is from their purchasing manager. And she says, our average expense per piece of equipment is less than $2,000. We completely renovate our stores every 6 to 8 years on average, with a budget between $2 to $4 million. Approximately $800,000 to $1.5 million is for the purchase of equipment we plan to replace. Much of this equipment has limited or scrap market value. Some of the reasons we remodel are to keep up with convenience-savvy consumer demands, energy and competition considerations, location and appearance of the store, foot traffic, etc. In most cases, Vaughn's has experienced an increase in store sales after a major remodel of that particular store. We are fortunate if we can recover 10% of our original cost after 10 years. Once the equipment is 8 to 10 years old, the cost to dispose of the equipment is more than its value. The used equipment dealer pays us anywhere between 0 to 2% of the original cost to haul our used equipment away. If the used equipment dealers do not take our equipment, we scrap them at the site, and Williams Services takes them to the dump. Based on my experience in purchasing new equipment and disposing of old equipment and fixtures of Vaughn's, our equipment could fetch about 50% and 10% after 5 and 10 years of usage, respectively, if the equipment is sold in working condition and as a complete store. If equipment is removed from the store, it is only worth scrap value because the cost associated with removal, refurbishing, and marketing is more than the value of the used equipment in as-is condition.
Excuse me, can I stop you there for a second?
Sure.
How often did she say they remodel or renovate stores? Every 5 to 8 years?
So this was their standard back in, this letter was written in 2003. So at the time, she said every 6 to 8 years.
6 to 8.
Right, 6 to 8. That's going to vary depending on location. In areas where there's not much competition, it doesn't make sense, economically to put that much money into a renovation. But in areas where there's higher competition, then obviously they're going to make that investment. So it depends on the store. So finally, the last exhibit we have is exhibit 20, and this is the fixed asset detail. This detail is about 20 pages long, but I just wanted to show you this slide right here so you can kind of get an idea of what this equipment costs originally to buy it, just the kind of equipment that we're dealing with. I'm sure everybody's been inside of a Safeway store, so you're pretty familiar. But here's just some examples from store 965. And you can see at the top of the slide here, we have frozen food cases. These were acquired in 1995, but they were acquired at a cost of $7,200. And, as we saw with the Whole Foods and the Walmart examples that we looked at earlier, these same cases, they were selling for really pennies on the dollar, anywhere between $500 to $1,000, which is substantially lower than the $7,200 here. And that's for new equipment. Those items were only selling for about $500 or so, and the equipment was only 4 or 5 years old. But we do have other items on here. You can see the check stands. Again, we saw the check stands at the Walmart store. Those sold between $50 to $150, and they're only 3 years old. These ones are from 1995, and they cost originally over $3,700. So just for comparison, you can see what it costs to buy it new versus what it actually sells for used. So the remaining exhibits that we have exhibit 21. That's our opinion of value for 2019. I don't think I really have to go over that. It's made up the same way as the 2018 opinion of value. It's just that the figures are updated for the 2019 lien date. We have actually 3 Whole Food stores, which I think are pretty good comparables for a Safeway store. But you can see it's all basically the same. It's just updated numbers. So just for the sake of saving time, I think that we can probably skip through that. Right here, we also have updated Marshall and Swift figures. And we also have the sales. I can actually go through the sales if you want to take a look at those. So this is from a Whole Foods store in Littleton, Colorado. So this sale was from 2018. All these items here are all fairly new. Looks like they're as old as 2013 down here. We also have 2014, 2017. I have another item here in 2016. So this store was fairly new. Here's some refrigeration. Here's a 2014 Hill Phoenix refrigerated case. Didn't sell, even though it was only 4 years old at the time. So I think you kind of get the idea. It's pretty similar to the previous lien date information. So let's go ahead and summarize the presentation. So we do understand the need for the guidelines that the assessor uses, and we don't disagree with their usage in establishing a roll value. Due to volume, you have to use mass appraisal techniques. Even for smaller counties, for bigger counties, it's a big task to complete. So we don't agree with using the mass appraisal just for setting the roll value. But at the same time, the guidelines aren't based on any studies or market information. And when information that provides a more reliable indicator of market value is available, we believe that it needs to be used in place of the guidelines. The Board of Equalization has already decided against establishing a guideline for economic lives of different equipment categories. Grocery store equipment does not hold a value consistent with the 12-year life recommended by the CAA. The CAA is a professional organization of assessors. It's not a governing body like the Board of Equalization is. When equipment is sold, it routinely sells for a fraction of the location's roll value. We see something that's called the cost of ownership or remaining obsolescence factor that drops the property's value by 50% as soon as it goes from new to used. So there are several key factors, once again, that adversely affect the value of used grocery store equipment. These include shrinking average store size, internet sales, advances in technology, government regulations pertaining to energy efficiency, increased market share of lower tier companies, and the inexpensive imported equipment. So in summary, here we have a 2018 roll value, 3,458,458, and we're requesting a reduction to that value of 1,930,737. We have a combined 2019 roll value, 3,254,459, and we're requesting an adjustment of 1,726,738. And that will conclude our case in chief.
Okay. It's 12:25. Am I?
You're on. We hear you.
I'm on. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't remember if I was on or not. Mary Ellen, you have a doctor's appointment coming up on you?
It'll be 5 to 10 minutes at the absolute max. My doctor is quick.
And it's online.
It's a Zoom meeting, so I'm just going to need to pop out and come right back.
Yeah. What time is it again?
It's at 1:30. I anticipate.
Oh, at 1:30. 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30.
Okay, so we're not up against it right now.
Not yet.
Mr. Chair, I would also just suggest it may be appropriate to give staff a lunch break here at some point.
I have a question. Does the assessor have an idea of how long their presentation will take?
Not near as long as Safeway's presentation was.
Okay, approximately.
Pardon?
Approximately how long?
Probably about 20 minutes to half an hour.
So I don't want to push anybody too far, but would we want to have the assessor give their presentation and then take a lunch break? And my doctor's appointment might fall in the lunch break. I don't know what the time span of the lunch break is, so maybe I'm assuming too much.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and that would be fine for the people in chambers.
So we're suggesting the assessor go and then we break for lunch?
The assessor can go. We can either break for lunch or we can start a deliberation process. And if it looks like it's going to take us past that 1:30 time frame, then we could go ahead and break at that point.
Okay, I'm fine with anything that makes it less inconvenient for the majority.
So after the assessor presentation, we'll allow staff to take a lunch break and we will go into deliberation till Mary Ellen has to see her doctor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the appellant might also need a little bit of time for rebuttal.
True. Okay, well, let's see where we are when we get there and then we'll figure it out. Is that okay with everyone?
Fine with me.
And with me.
Okay.
Hi, this is
Assessor.
Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, and with me is Wendy McIntyre, our Senior Auditor Appraiser in the Personal Property Division. The one thing that I would like to mention is the disputed or the appealed figures are not for the real property, but only for the personal property.
Yes.
And we base that on what they report on their 571L each year. And Safeway and Vons is very good at reporting on time their 571L. And with that, I would, I'll turn it over to Wendy and then we can kind of tag team back and forth if we need to. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The applicant is requesting a reduction to value to store equipment. The assessor's calculated changes in assets per year for the store equipment in all of the 3 store locations in Mendocino County. The data comes from 3 audit periods over a 10-year span from 2007 to 2017, and the 571L forms filed by the applicant for 2018 and 19 assessment years. The store equipment assets were not completely replaced in the 12-year period. As of 2018, the applicant shows in the Willits location that there is 76.73% of the equipment that is 12 or more years old. Sees Exhibit 1. Nevertheless, the applicant is still asking for a reduction in value, and each location has a different percentage by the location for each year.
Excuse me, Wendy, how much of the equipment is 12 years old or older?
We can't hear you. You're muted.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
Anyways, Katrina accidentally muted me.
Okay, quiet.
No. Darn. Okay, I
No,
didn't.
does that work for me too?
You want me to see if I can mute you?
Okay.
So for the Willits location in 2018, the equipment 12 or more years is 76.73%.
Okay, thank you.
So say Fort Bragg, 2018 was 69.3%.
Okay.
For Ukiah, 2018 was 50.16% of equipment that is 12 or more years older. The data also shows that the last major renovations were done in 2006 in Willits, 2006 in Fort Bragg, and 2005 for Ukiah. The applicants has stated that they did the analysis. They included data from Mendocino County, but it was not heavily considered because the sample size was too small. The applicant has submitted industry articles stating the stores should remodel every 5 to 10 years due to competition. We have not seen major remodels in the stores in Mendocino County since 2006. The applicant has given us information on the sale of used equipment in auctions. The reason for the sale of assets is due to the store's closing. The assets that were excluded in these auctions include items such as Starbucks kiosks, time clocks, safes, security equipment, communication equipment, signs, etc. These items may be minor on their own, but can add up to substantial value that is not taken into consideration in this appeal. In addition, these auctions do not include cost of installation, which would be a fixed cost, not a percentage of square footage. Costs will still have useful life when turned over because of competition. According to assessment evaluation methodology letter from the State Board of Equalization, Exhibit 2, the court has distinguished an open market transaction from a sale resulting from the submission of bids where the seller sells to the highest bidder or buyer buys from the lowest bidder. Auctions are usually for forced sales of assets, are not considered an open market transaction. See the State Board of Equalization letter regarding application of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110, Exhibit 3. These sales do not support the claims on additional physical, functional, and economic obsolescence. Does Safeway or Vons purchase equipment from these auctions when they remodel stores? Any equipment bought from these auctions would be valued at the purchase from the auctions and not at new prices. If these items are purchased, there should be no reason to have to reduce value to an auction item cost when the company is purchasing new products. We do not see justification for a reduction in value. The county uses a cost approach using the California Assessors Association and the California State Board of Equalization life tables, which ensures uniformity of assessment to all grocery stores in our county and throughout the state.
Do you all have any questions?
Not from me.
No. So in the exhibits, you can see.
I do have a question.
Okay.
The primary cannot be income approach to value. So you're doing the cost approach. The preferred would be the market approach. That's what I think Safeway just did. But you're objecting to the fact that it's an auction. I understand that. Do you have any other source of values from market? Or is that indeed the real market that auction says?
Well, there for real market, when you're comparing brand new refrigeration units to units that are anywhere from 2 to 8 years old, there's quite a bit of difference. It's like buying a new car. Sure, that a new car is going to depreciate, and but what are you going to buy to make your customers feel happy and feel good about going in there and the looks of that? So we just believe that, and we also base our assessment on what they've reported to us. We don't, unless there's an audit, which we have done several audits for them over the last several years, and it was all agreed upon when we finished that audit. So, depending on what they report, then that's what we're going to assess them on.
Based on the 12-year.
Correct.
Correct.
Now in Exhibit 1, you can see, for example, for Willits, the first section, which is the grocery equipment assets, for 2007 and 2017, those are costs that we used for when we did the audits. They are audited every 4 years. So our last one was for 2017. For the remodel year of 2006, when they remodeled in 2006, they had a cost of almost $1.7 million. It is now for 2019, they still have costs there for $1.3 million. So they haven't gotten rid of much of anything during that remodel year. So that's what that table is for. I just wanted you to see from 2006 when they did the remodel up through now of what they still have in their stores.
That's good.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we can go into, unless there's any response from Mr. Buskirk.
Yeah, there was a couple of things I just wanted to point out. So we don't dispute that there's equipment that's older than 12 years old, and we don't dispute, even the allocation of equipment that's over 12 years old. It could be, 50 or 75%, as the assessor indicated. It could be everything. That's not what our case is based on. It's the value of that equipment, whether it's 12 years old, whether it's older, or whether it's newer. We're not asking for a change in the life table. We're not testifying to anything regarding the equipment life or the disposal. Our whole case is based on the value of that equipment in its current condition. And that's really what fair market value is supposed to be based on, is the value of that equipment as it is, where it is. And we would usually tend to agree about for sales not being a good indicator of fair market value, but as you saw in the examples that we provided, our sales include Whole Foods, it includes Vaughn, Safeway, Walmart, Kroger. These aren't companies that went out of business. You know, these aren't companies that went bankrupt. And even the companies that did go out of business, like the Fresh and Easy, those values or the prices that the equipment sold for, it was pretty similar to what we saw from the other companies that didn't go out of business. Another thing was that the assessor mentioned that Safeway isn't buying this used equipment, but we're not really sure how that's relevant to the case because, I mean, they're still selling the equipment and somebody's buying it. And that gives us an indicator of what it's worth. But I think the last thing would just be that whether it's through the reporting process or through the audit process, Safeway, they report their costs the way that they're instructed to do. They have no influence on the value until we file an appeal. So, you know, they have their acquisition costs, they know what they paid and when they paid it, and they are instructed to report those costs. The assessor then determines a value based on those costs. Sometimes the stores are overbuilt, sometimes they may overspend on a store, but just because they report those costs doesn't mean that it's not overvalued.
Well, the biggest difference that I see is this idea of the equipment is in place and has a certain value, which likely is a higher value than what you're going to be getting it for at auction when you've removed it from the store setting. So I guess my question is that how we're to be valuing it, is in the site?
Right. So yeah, there's certain components that we have to put together for our cost approach. That would be the acquisition costs, we have sales tax, and installation. If you're selling a complete store as it is, there's a certain intangible value that's included in that, and that would make the price jump up. But that intangible value is exempt from property tax.
Ah, okay. Thank you. You answered my question. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Anything more from the assessor?
I think that overall that we're okay. We you know, like I said before, we assess them as according to what they report and with the depreciation and everything else, and that's industry standards.
Okay, thank you.
We're getting a delay. We lost about half of what you said, Katrina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Again, we assess them as to what they report, less the depreciation, which is industry standards. And that's what happens throughout the whole state of California. Probably, you know, because that's all we can deal with is the California Board of Equalization. So, and the CAA, which is the California Assessors Association. So with that being industry standards, that's how we assess them. Was that better? Can you hear me?
No, yeah, we've heard you fine just then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There is no more. We can retire to a private session.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do the phone thing again?
I think so.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. So you're going into deliberation and then lunch break?
Yeah, you have to figure a lunch break after that for us and extended lunch break for everyone else, I guess. Would
So
we-
at what time will the assessor be back? Well, what's the end of the lunch break?
Well, normally
that's good.
they get an hour, but we don't have to take that now. We can take that, when you're finished, we can be back whenever you would like us to be back.
I don't know that it's going to take us more than 20 minutes to do the deliberations.
Okay.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I agree with you.
I would think so too.
Okay. Yeah. So we should be done and be able to finish up the entire hearing.
Don't forget, we have a public comment person.
He indicated when he was talking, he said it'd be short. So
Okay.
I think we can be done, and Mary Ellen can go to her doctor's appointment in her office by 1:30 and be all done.
Good. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody back? Is Christian in the room as well?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. We have made a determination. We agree with the appellant as to the value for each property and for each year. And that's the, what was it, 1133?
Well, it was $11.03 a foot times the square footage. It was the dollar figure that they presented. I don't have it in front of me, but the dollar figure that they presented the request.
And from this coming from me, you guys can agree or not, but I don't think the assessor did anything wrong. They followed the guidelines they had, but the appellant went to a much further extent to determine value, and we accepted that. Now, that doesn't become official till it becomes written finding of fact, which is true also of the previous case. The official once we have the written finding of. Okay, let's see. Our next topic. Approval of the minutes for July 20th, October 26th, and January 25th. Have you all read those?
Yeah, I had a question, and forgive me, I'm basing this on both my memory as well as my reading of the minutes rapidly. Did those minutes accurately reflect the change in value for the LP property? It looked like there was discussion of it, and I'm just not sure that the actual assessed value was done.
The GP property?
I'm saying yes, the GP property.
There. Now I'm with you. And I don't know the answer to that question.
We have to figure out what corrections are going to be.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Yes, I made note of the final approved value.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. In that case, I move to approve all of those minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is this a roll call?
Yes, I would recommend a roll call vote.
Okay.
Member Shepherd?
Aye.
Member Seltzer?
Aye.
And Chair Kramer?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now, if any members of the public would like to make public expression, this is the time to do it.
We're bringing Mr. Fennell back. We're bringing him back into the room. It just takes a moment, so just one moment, please.
Okay, that's what I was just about to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. It is great to have a couple items on public comment. One is a general view of how other counties work towards a best practice work. I think Ms. Bartolome and I had spoken about this in December, and there may be budget limitations for the assessor's office, but the easiest way for me to do it, rather than, here's the letter from the Contra Costa County Assessor, Gus Kramer, again, no relation there. Let me just read a couple of paragraphs. Last year, the Contra Costa Assessor's Office actively reviewed properties throughout the county to determine if they qualify for decline in assessed value and decreased taxes. More than 34,600 properties qualified and received lower property tax bills. We are doing the same thing this year. As your assessor, I'm committed to reviewing declines in value. Automatically review your property if you receive a value reduction the prior year. And then they talk about process, about going further for that process. Last paragraph, tough economic times require everyone to work harder and smarter, including your local government. My staff and I are committed to serving you and all property owners of Contra Costa County as efficiently as possible. So it's a best practice sort of aspirational statement. So just leave that where that is. Second comment real quickly is that there seems to just be, to that end, a little bit of a culture of advocacy by the assessor's office as opposed to sort of representation in line with what the letter I just read sort of endeavors to do. Obviously, we know the AAB is an oversight board and as independent, reviews this work of the assessor to help protect the public, the taxpayers. So I made this comment years ago, the reputation of the assessor's office is at issue here. You have a reputation of always, not always, but generally having a slander advocacy necessarily just to your calculations and information. I think long-term, that's not good for the assessor's office. Third item is a short one again. And that seems to be, seems to be a little bit broken process between the assessor's office and the AAB, deputy clerk, how the information is managed and shared. I won't go in detail right today on all this, but I've got a lot of documentation about that. So I write letters, sort of my normal way of doing things, and most letters never get a response. I apply for informal reviews, they get ignored. So then I'm forced to file, a formal appeal, which again, if you can get ahead of it and have the attitude to return phone calls and or respond to letters and have those informal conversations, I wouldn't have to even appear to it. You probably would have, if you could convince me of that, I would have stepped back. And if I couldn't agree, then yeah, I'd file. But my preference is to try to work things out and compromise. So that's that last item there, just for your consideration. And then last, I know this is a smaller community and how things work, but I'd really also encourage both these. I think the assessor's office is pretty good about it, but the AAB to not use first names of people at the assessor's office. This happened in my hearing back in 2012, 2013, where
20
the
seconds.
Board of Supervisors then was referring to county council by their first name, the assessor by their first name. Obviously, back then it was all in the presentation room, and it just makes the applicant feel like these people all know each other, and I'm an outsider, and it's just not good protocol. I just really recommend, encourage you go to the more formal kind of presentations. I know county council is excellent with that, and that's just a better thing to do. It makes your reputation look better. And that's all I had. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matters from the staff.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I just briefly, since it might help clear up any confusion by the public, I do want to clarify that the Assessment Appeals Board is a hearing body that hears appeals from the assessor's office. It doesn't have authority to hear any sort of informal appeals. Anything along those lines should be directed to the assessor. I'd also note this body doesn't have the authority to direct the assessor. The assessor is an independently elected official. So those sorts of requests, I think, may be best directed to the assessor's office.
Any other matters from the staff? Any announcements? Would the clerk confirm the date of the next meeting?
Yes.
And is that the organizational meeting?
Yes, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. The next meeting will be our organizational meeting on Monday, July 19th of 2021.
Okay.
I'm sorry, July 19th?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Very good.
And hopefully we'll get to do that in person. Wouldn't that be great?
Are you tired of Zooming?
Oh,
I know that everybody's had a long session today. So without any more comments, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. I guess I need to do that, right?
so moved.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The meeting was July 19th, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.